That's good. I don't know. However you measured that this morning, it was delicious. I still want to buy this, and I'm like, can't. Like, just gonna cool off for a minute. I got a bunch of I got a bunch of fucking look at these fucking. I got like a bunch of like penny fucking options. Like half the fucking Discord was trading fucking till like crack of dawn. Everybody's asleep this morning. You know they're gonna try to buy. They're gonna try to buy this shit too, right? You know this is what they're gonna do. Got them fucking savages. Just don't give a fuck. Look at them. S&P's holding up just fine. There's gonna be some FOMO here, so let's see a little bit of FOMO before we get out. I got a fuck ton of holy Christ, dude. There was like I got 2 cent calls that are up to 5 cents right now. I got 8 cent fucking calls that were at 3 or 2 cents. I got a whole bunch of shit that's up big time. So there's a big wall at 6,400. We're at trading 6,382 right now. We're gonna fail. It's gonna take us like we're gonna sweep this low down here. And this bid right here too. Look at this. This fucking bid right here. Even this for new high right here. What's going on? Is camp ending today? Was it picture day? Is that what they were doing today? Or they're gonna record today? 420. All right, I'm gonna need my ice water.
Swiss business minister on US tariffs says we stand before a particularly difficult situation and we cannot say how long it will last. And Keller Sutter, the Swiss president, saying we have to prepare for difficult times. Sutter saying in the end, it's all in Trump's hands. Swiss President Callasat says the strength of our industry should not be put into question by high US tariffs. Adding that our industry has withstood many challenges in the past, like the corona pandemic and end of minimum exchange rate. Timon's going to get the data from US wholesale inventories.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Swiss President says we pointed out that we are buying F-35 jets and we are keeping to that. So there's no live video, but there is a sign up where you can sign up to watch Fed's Bostic speaking live. We have put out that link for you to watch. Also, in about 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Bostic. Again, no text or Q&A. No text expected, but there is a Q&A. We also get the US wholesale inventories month-to-month revised. Forecast 0.2% unchanged from the prior. Canadian IV PMI prior 53.3. And US wholesale sales month-to-month forecast 0.1% prior minus 0.3%. Swiss business minister on US tariffs says important sectors are affected, such as the watch industry, machines, medical equipment, food industry, such as coffee, energy drinks, and chocolate and cheese. Swiss business minister on US tariffs says there is no macroeconomic crisis comparable, for example, with the pandemic. However, the uncertainty is very high.
I didn't. See if these buyers step in now. Like these buyers or sellers here. I think they're fucking sellers. There ain't no way we're not cleaning up. This is 4 in the morning. It's not showing the. This chart doesn't show the overnight.
1 minute ago now, I'll lead with the US wholesale inventories month-to-month revised.
Show it. Like the sweep is at 6:30:45. Right here.
10 seconds.
2 a.m. dip buy was at
0.1%, 0.1% lower than the forecast of 0.2%. US wholesale sales month to month 0.3%, 0.3% higher than the forecast of 0.1%, and Canadian IV PMI 55.8,
It's not that
55.8.
far away. It's fucking barely close. 635, 61.
Swiss business minister and US tariff says the negotiation pressure was massively increased.
It might still be here till 12, at least till 11 a.m. These fucks could pump this shit up and then down. David AMS is at home right now. I haven't gone to bed yet just yet.
Sutter says the Swiss don't
want to do the close
at any cost.
What max gains? There. Thanks for the water.
Seeing the wholesale trade sales data revised to minus 0.4% from the original prior minus 0.3%.
I got a hot mic.
We have posted out the Canadian IV PMI report for June 2025 and the US wholesale sales June 2025 report on the feed as well. Ed Bostic says a ton of economic scenarios that could play out, and it's hard to assign probabilities. Bostic says the outlook is for the economy to continue slowing, but I also expect a real uncertainty about what that means for jobs and inflation. Bostic says firms are still in wait-and-see pattern around employment, and there's likely to be upward pressure on prices for 6 to 12 months, and that puts pressure on the Fed. Swiss President Keller Sutter says it's possibly not an accident that the trade deficit was 38.5 billion and tariffs were decided at 39%. Bostic says that the most important question for the Fed is whether tariffs will shift prices once or more persistently. Trump team likes Waller desire for rate cuts based on forecast. Waller has met with Trump team but not with the president. Waller emerges as favorite for Fed chair among Trump team. So again, Fed's Waller emerges as favorite for Fed chair among Trump team, and Trump team likes Waller's desire for rate cuts based on forecast. Fed's Bostic says policymakers would not respond to a one-time price shift, but there are compelling reasons to be skeptical. Fed's Bostic says that the way the tariffs are unfolding make it hard to pin down the impact and suggests the upside episode, which will last much longer than people anticipated. Further detail then about Waller. So Fed's Waller is emerging as a top candidate to serve the central bank's chair among Trump's advisors as they look for a replacement for Powell, according to people familiar with the matter. So Trump advisors are impressed with Waller's willingness to move on policy based on forecasting rather than current data and his deep knowledge of the Fed system as a whole. a bit more detail. So Warsh, a former Fed official, and Hassett, currently Trump's National Economic Council director, also remain in contention for the role, according to the people they said, which will open up when Powell's tenure as chair expires in May 2026. Fed's Bostic says evolution of tariff rollout could extend impact. Bostic says businesses are using a mixture of approaches in changing prices, and there is ongoing discussion which could shift expectations. So again, ongoing discussion could shift expectations. As Bostic says that I feel businesses will continue adjusting to tariffs well into next year.
Oh yeah, baby.
Fed's Bostic says fundamentals of the economy are still quite solid. Bostic says small businesses are feeling acute strains from tariffs due to narrower supply chains. Seeing the Dow turning negative, last down about 0.14%. Minutes away from the bottom of the hour, give the EIA natural gas change BCF. Just going back to Bostic, Bostic says small businesses also have less ability to absorb import taxes without raising prices. Going back to the forecast, EIA natural gas change forecast is for a build of 12 BCF. And
almost there, boys.
Build of 48 BCF. Swiss President Kellersutter says Kellersutter said, "We had signals from US negotiators that they support the deal and think it's good, but you can't be 100% certain that Trump will see it that way." Chevron says tariff impact in 2025 estimated at less than 1% of the company's third-party spending and is not expected to be material to financial results. It's according to an SEC filing. Vice President Kalasata says the balance of power is clear, but we also have some strong cards to play. Bostic says we've still yet to see all the price changes. We'll see. Fed's Bostic says stress on lower income consumers has been building and excess savings from the pandemic have been spent. Five minutes ago now to be at the EI natural gas storage change forecasted for a build of 11 BCF. Prior was a build of 48 BCF. Fed's Bostic says, I don't know how consumers would respond to another round of price increases. US Treasury yields moving higher after reports that Waller's favored for Fed chair. Yield on 10-year Treasury note last flat at about 4.235%. Fed's Bostic says jobs report was a surprise to everyone. saying that the job revisions were quite large and showed churn and turbulence in the economy. FedSpot6 says, I have not seen signs of a dramatic slowdown in the labor market in the southeastern states. ConocoPhillips CEO sees extra supply in oil market due to OPEC+. FedSpot6 said the July jobs report did cause a shift in thinking about how the Fed is doing on its employment mandate. Bostic says the number raises the question of whether the US is still at full employment and whether risks are more balanced now. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman plans to meet Trump in Washington in November. 1 minute ago now till we get the natural gas storage change data. Ten seconds. A build of 7 BCF, a build of 7 BCF expected compared to the expected build of 11 BCF. Seeing S&P 500 up about 0.16%, Nasdaq up about 0.6%. FedSpot6 says that it's been surprising how markets have shrugged off the price impact of tariffs.
Baby, I know how you feel. Do, 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 do. All right, get my voice back here. Check. I have my voice is getting wrecked here. Actually, I got some other stuff going on I'll tell you guys about. Do not buy this, by the way. Not yet. I'll be on here in just a minute. If you've been following along out there, hang tight here. Let me.
Seeing US natural gas futures extending gains, up 1.7% after the EIA reports smaller than expected storage build. Fed's Bostic says that I am expecting volatility to remain heightened.
Well, I got to do some stuff over here. I got to tell you guys something here. All right, so hold on, let's watch this. We've got our thought to be bottom here, right? We all know what that looks like. Now, it is interesting that it is 10:30 in the morning. We sold 10 a.m. straight down. We want to watch this here. And I want to show you something here. This is a very good thing to watch. Watch this with me really quick. Excuse me. So do you see this high right here? Right there. Watch this closely with me. Do you see that high right there? I don't know if you can see it, but at this moment, it can go up, but at this moment, we do not have a new high. And this is by like a penny. See it right there? And this is where our market is today. Hold on a second here, guys. That off. I want you to watch this one right here. See that high green candle right there? Now we can get a new high, but I want you to see that in this market today, it used to not be like this. You could usually fairly easy mark bottoms and tops and shit. These days, it's like a penny. And I got the ticks wrong here. Right here is what I'm talking about. And you see that one right there is lower. Now, it's not that we can't go up there and hit that, but you got to watch it. You got to be a hawk. I can't tell you otherwise. When you're like trying to mark a bottom, you should be watching for that bottom. And when you see the bounce, you want to be paying attention. It's to a penny sometimes these days. So, anyways, you just want to see that, and you're still not taking the trade. What you're looking for is, the marked bottom right here, right? And then you're just looking. The reason why you're looking for this is because you want to see, you know that stops are right here.
Fed's Bostic says tariffs.
So you want to see the taking of those stops, and then the back test.
Change.
And then we're off and running.
Impacts.
You got to watch this stuff these days because there's a lot of traps in the market, and there's a lot of software running for longing that run on code, that are looking for those things. Until it sees those things, it's kind of sketchy. We just saw it just now. So there's the tick right there. Just got the new tick. And that's literally the, watch real close. We'll just draw this in as it happens. So you got what you think is the top right here.
It says federal debt will.
There's the down move.
And the Fed will have to watch.
This one right here is kinda. And here's the last part of this. This is what part that's crazy.
Fed's Bostic says that the Fed has made tremendous progress in reducing its balance sheet.
This is SPY. It's not SPX. It's not ES. And it's not all of the ticks. And I pay for the best data that they have.
Government sees the economy.
If you go to like
progressing,
Webull, you'll see
it's growing
ticks.
around 0.8%.
Believe it or not, for free. Like Webull's got some really good data. But I'll still check like ES, SPX. I'll check VIX. I'll check. Like I've got the screeners open and I'm looking at all this other stuff to see. Do we get the high tick anywhere else? Is it just on SPY? That's it. And is this even the high tick? Like it's not really, the best tick, but it's not really like push, push these guys up.
Bostic says, I'll be watching over the next several months how trade.
So I'm still watching there, still no trade. It's looking good. And I like this wick right here. That's beautiful. Like seeing that. That means there are buyers here. Still no trade for me. Not quite there yet. Not convincing enough for me. Excuse me. My God, my throat. So we gotta talk about some stuff. So
Bostic says that we're watching market function as we reduce Fed balance sheet.
There's a few things we need to keep in mind here. One, if you've been following along this morning on the open, the Russia ceasefire stuff,
The Swiss economy will have to
I looked at all the dates. I looked at Friday, Monday. I looked at next week. All the pennies were like cranking. Cranking like 2-cent calls up 5-6 cents, some of them 8 cents. So if you're in that trade, if you took the money and ran, I understand. You don't have to sometimes I'll do like M&A trades.
Says, I still feel
If you
cut for this year remains appropriate, but there is a lot of data coming before the September meeting.
like event style
Swiss government
trades,
says that means we're far from a severe crisis where GDP would shrink by 2% or more. Bostic says that the jobs data did indicate risks to labor market is much higher than seen before the last meeting.
let's say you're doing an event trade and you get a print and the event hasn't happened yet. You can always take the money and get back in again. You don't have to be like diamond hand the whole way. You could always like M&A trades are like like Paramount is a big one. There was a few years ago where we were doing a Paramount trade and like Paramount's like bled down to the depths of hell. It got absolutely utterly destroyed. It was trading like $8, $7, $10, $12, somewhere in there. And it was prime for an M&A for a merger and acquisition trade. And so for like 2 or 3 years, right in the fall, coming into like M&A season in the spring, you just like buy it.
Fed's Bostic
and
hopeful that by
on the hopes of an M&A.
Price pressures
And it would like print, and then it would print, and then it would print. So you just get the print on just the hopes. Forget the event, just the hopes of it. And that's my point, is that you can do that with that trade. Now, someone else made a comment in the Discord last night about if they do ramp it and we do get a ceasefire, they'll likely, I think this was E-Trading Shorts said this, and someone else said it, and E-Trading Shorts agreed with it. And I'm with both of those guys. It was like the pump last night after the bell. I wanted the backtest and cash market, didn't get it. I'm like, there's no trade here for me. I'm like, it's not meeting my rules. So after the bell, what do? They rock it down to 6:30. And I'm like, fuck. I went into the Discord and I'm like, they fucking left me behind, right? Intentionally, which is the same thing as a ceasefire pump. And the commentary that was made yesterday was, they probably gap it up over a weekend. When either you're not positioned or you're not in spreads or you just want to be risk off, or most of the market is, so they get the price there and nobody else gets to get out on the trade. And fascinatingly, last night, that dump as the tariff shit came through, I want you to think about 2 situations. So if you were in futures,
Dixie up 0.25% now.
If you were long in any capacity in futures, you were flushed out before the ramp, the initial ramp yesterday. And that's what I always notice. I'll tell you guys things sometimes. Like I told just one story where when TikTok first was considered for closing it down and then being bought by a U.S. company, I was watching. I'll tell you the story. Some of you guys know the story, but some of you guys don't. and I was trading. It was middle of the day, and I had CNBC on playing on like a fucking, at that time, like a 50-inch TV. That time was pretty big TV, I guess, but it was just playing in the background. And I was sitting at my desk, and I think I had Microsoft open. Yeah, it was Microsoft. I think I had the chain open for Microsoft already, and there was rumors and conjecture about if someone would buy TikTok, and this is a lot of information here. So I'm watching CNBC, and a reporter, like man on the street reporter, thought that was public knowledge that Microsoft might buy TikTok. So he's being interviewed by one of the anchors of CNBC, and the reporter just starts blabbing. He's like, "Oh yeah, now that Microsoft's gonna buy fucking TikTok or whatever," and as soon as he said that, I just looked on the chain, and there was like no bid in the options, the zero dates for Microsoft, and I just started slamming the buy button. I bought like I think I started buying $2,000 or $3,000 worth of zero date calls, or there was like whatever the nearest expiry was, and then I started building a position over the course of like, well, I don't know, like 15 minutes or so, 5 or 15 minutes. As soon as that guy said it, I started doing it, and the hosts on CNBC started saying, no, that's not public yet. And the first takeaway that I had from that is these fucks know everything before we do. Like the idea that these guys don't know this information is you're out of your mind. You can literally catch them, like these CNBC people and stuff like that. So they're selling you ohm. It's like basically telling you they're selling you fucking ohm. Like CNBC is basically a place like when you whine about a poor person begging for help. I need health insurance. I need food stamps or something. That's where the rich people go, CNBC, and they air their case for their book. And that kind of proved it. So I slam the buy button and start buying. And Microsoft, within like minutes, just starts going fucking vertical. And there's a lesson in there. So this is information that is completely unknown to the market. Completely. Okay, not planned. I want you to think about that when it comes to like ceasefire stuff. So the initial reaction on that possibility was Microsoft fucking mooned. We're about to turn up here. You guys see it? There's one right there. There's your high, just grinding right here, trying to break out to the upside. So I'm in the trade, right? And the initial move is up. It's like crank. And all of a sudden, I just start watching my account just go like fucking big six figures. Big. And I'm freaking the fuck out. Then I'm trying to get out of the position, take my money and run as fast as I can. I can't get them closed. They won't take the sell orders from me. I'm serious. Started losing tens of thousands of dollars. I'm just trying to get out as fast as I possibly can. And I was dumb at the time. I didn't know what would happen. And it immediately reversed. This was like maybe 40 minutes into the whole trade. Immediately reverses. And then they actually fucking dumped it. Wham! Straight down. And they flushed. And then when they could be positioned to get long, they did. It ramped again. And it was a stark reminder that anything truly unknown, you can get the big spike up or down. But if the market, if the banks are not positioned for it, or they're not ready for that news just at that moment to break, and they probably already know this news, it's all coming back. And when they do know the news in advance and they plan for the news to break, depending upon the direction, it's very frequent for the opposite to happen of what you think is going to happen. So let's say yesterday, they probably knew that they probably fucking knew that Nvidia would be exempt and Apple and whatever. And we already knew yesterday that the news was dropping for Apple earlier in the day, and Nvidia they'd met with Trump. So what did they do after the bell is they come up here to tell you, oh yeah, we got tariffs for everybody. Wham, flush you out. And then, oh, but not for Apple and Amazon. And by the way, or Nvidia. And by the way, we're going to start cranking now, right? So there's automatically a flush over here. How they want to do it. So if something broke that didn't know, and you initially go up like this, it's still all coming back. And the same works for sell side. And not only does the same work for sell side, but when you're trying to like time things, sometimes it's not as easy as you think it is to make that money. It's still pure arbitrage. You can easily get flushed out. So, anyways, that has to do with the ceasefire type.
So just a heads up,
trade.
the Swiss Federal Council press conference has finished.
You have to be like quick, Johnny, on the spot. You could have some exposure. And if it loses, or if you're taking your money to look back for a jackknife down before it actually happens, even on just the thought of a ceasefire deal, trading that alone on its own, even if it doesn't happen, it's okay. And you're also looking for like 2 cents cheap ass calls, because you may have to take the trade like 2-3 times. You don't want to be taking, if you're doing a lotto, Volwiz talks about this, like you don't want to say that lottos are good, but if you're doing a lotto for like 2-3 cents, or 30 cents, you can take that trade 3, 4, 5 times for a monster payout. Whereas if you're in for like $2-3 on calls on like just like the one set of 100 contracts, or one contract for 100 shares, you're spending a lot of fucking money to make money, and there's a lot of like fat in there that you can get culled in. So, my point there is you got to stick with it if you're going to do. You got to stick with it if you're going to do lottos. You know, if you're like doing like penny lottos, just like, you know, hey, what you're all in on that? How many times you take that trade? 3, 4, 5 times. How much you in for? 10 cents, 12 cents. And you also need that big payout, you know, at 30, 20, 30, 40, 50 cents. That's the idea behind this, is that you're looking for the banger. No, that's not financial advice, but just a heads up on price action and that kind of stuff. So anyways, then after the close yesterday, and we saw that happen after the bell, I had said to you before the close yesterday, I didn't get the back test to 30. They did it after the bell. And then I said the next two targets are 34 and 36, with then getting a pullback. And what did we get? And who's doing this? This dealers, man. They're like, the dealers are getting us there. And we even went higher. We go all the way up here to 36. We can do a peak of 38. We swoop back down into cash market, right, for 930. And where are we in cash market? Where are we? It says 930. There's the 36. So that's the 36 that I said to you yesterday. Hey, I want to see like a back test of to 630. I want to see a trade to 634, 636. And they literally hit it in cash market for just a moment. That's it. And then they dump on cash market the whole entire day. Now you got to clean up the mess. Right? So we're parked here now trying to clean up that mess, which is okay. But the trade, and I think I posted on Twitter yesterday, you know, if you're in Globex, the trade is yours. And even yesterday I said to you, if we open tomorrow, are there any buyers going to be there? If we trade 634, 636, who's going to be there to buy that open? Nobody. Same thing as last 2 weeks ago when we traded that monster high, right? We drove all the way up. We traded 64, 20 something or whatever, the actual all-time high. They what did they do? They bought the fucking dip at the close. They went vertical. And then the next day on open, what do they do? Auto sell. This market is, you know, I don't know if I've ever seen it this you know, like you have to be there for the print. The print is usually brief. And then you have the added dynamic of is there anybody on the other end for you to sell to? That does matter. And oftentimes that's not the case. So spreads work well, or get the fuck out directionally the moment you see the tag that you're looking for. That's it. When it's like we're hanging out there, we've seen that frequently. I think I've seen it more frequently than ever before. And dealers are like being, I don't know if I want to call it masterful, or they have to do this or whatever, but I don't think I've ever experienced something where the targets are being hit constantly for brief moments, like moments at inopportune times. Anyways, so that's on the expectations for today. We hit our target for expectations. Then on seasonality, we have 2 more green days ahead, theoretically, or we're in and around the green days. And then we start getting pretty fucking red. So the next part of the conversation I want to have with you is a rehash of, I'm not long, by the way. I'm not in any trade. If you're in a trade, you're in whatever. I'm not in any trade just yet. So what I want to bring you back to is something I posted on Twitter again, and I've posted in the Discord a bunch. And I want to call it like the dodge and weave trade. It's not a good thing to call it, but I want to call it like the dodge and weave trade is what I want to call it, because of all this price action. And also, if we went into July, like remember in early July,
it will not be surprising if dissents continue at FMC meetings, given the complexity of the moment.
Voice
turn that up.
Disconnected.
In early July, we had a back test. I think it was the 12th or something. It could be right around the 12th or something. We had a monster back test. And it brought us all the way back to erasing all of July gains. And I'm like, there's either something wrong in the market that nobody knows. Like the highest returning month of the year, one of them is July. We just erased all of July. And we're almost halfway through the month. So someone's wrong here. Either at that time, I'm like, someone's wrong here. Either the market is, and this is one of the strongest returns of the month, in a time we had a major correction in springtime. So someone's lying. Either the economy and the market is in more trouble than the market's letting on, and literally nobody knows this, or we have a lot of catch up to do in the end of this month and not a lot of time, right? So if that was the case for July, and the thesis was we're way far behind, we're going to go fucking vertical in the end of the month, I think that's what we picked, right? And now we're in August, and what marks August as special is what? It's not one of your worst returning months. It's not one of your highest returning months. It's kind of like flat and slightly down. But within that month, forget month end. Just think about in that month, if it's flat, that doesn't mean there isn't money to be made as a bull inside of that monthly candle, right? So we get the full month candle for August, and it's not expected to close above the prior month, July. It should close right around it, but not over it. There's probably some opportunity lying within the month of August to get long, to make some money, even though we kind of eventually know that we're going to get bared up once we hit September. So there's still money to be made in this market. Let's look at this together right now if we can. I've posted this in different places. This came from Rubner, and I like Rubner. He's one of my top, Yeah, I have NDX in here too. We'll look at both. Hold on here. We'll look at NDX, and we'll look at. Oh, we are going down some more. Whew. We're gonna look at NDX and SPX here. Okay. So let's take a look at these together. So we can bring this one front and center here. Maybe I'll mute my camera here. Hold on. Bring this down. Oh, bring that down. Can I bring that down? There we go. And this is by month, SPX returns. I don't like necessarily that it's since 1928. I would prefer to look at just bull, like recent history bull runs, last maybe 6 bull runs or something like that. Cancel out any of the bear runs. But more importantly, about August here is I want you to notice that there are some red days in here. Little band of red right here. Notice that on the 9th day of August is 2 days from today. So we've got 0.11% green, 0.09% green, 0.04% green. This implies that there should be some closing green days, but not big green days, right? Today is the 7th. This is 0.11. This should be the best returning day. We got it, right? And then we've got looking for some lows to buy for more green outcomes into the rest of the week, but a little bit more subdued. But notice here on the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th, these are down days. This is going through the weekend into next week. And then we've got a rasher of green into the 17th. So there should be some nice print payoffs, you know, into not this weekend, but next week. Or that's the thesis, right? And then we start getting a little bit more bearish in here, second half of the month. And that is important. A couple days here, 18th, 19th, down days. Then we have a green day in the 20th that's up. This is OpEx, right? OpEx unwind, but then a green day is probably a dip to be bought even after an OpEx unwind, right? And then back here we get a little bit flat and red again into the end of the month. Flat red, couple up days, couple little, maybe some dip buys in here. 24th looks like a dip buy in here, but this starts to become more neutral is the greater point. If you watch my cursor right here, it starts to become more like subdued, less winners. And then notice September. September, yeah, you get like an up day here in the second day, but look at all these red days, like orange, very light green, peach, orangish, orange, red, you know, peach. There's some spikes in here. You can see some squeezing, but there's big red days in here. And there's also a couple capitulations here in October. Here's a monster one, October 19th, OpEx, blood red. Blood red here, and it even continues on possibly into November. Now, do I believe that this is all going to be doom and gloom? No, but when you start looking at, look at June, July, August, and then the slow fade. You see that? And you see here in February, you know, like not so bad, March, not so bad, but then these big red ones. These big capitulations in April, May, back down here, the end of March. And this is the one that closes the door in bulls in February. That's the 23rd. And then it culminates in some big down moves in the spring. And this isn't going to be exact, but I want you to just remember that as time moves forward, you know, you're rein in your, hey, we're going all-time highs right now kind of stuff. This is NDX. We'll look at this one too. And do you see here how we start stacking up these red days in September? These are pretty big red days here. Not too big here, right? Sideways action. Bloodbath end of month for August for NASDAQ. And then some big capitulation days in here. Minus 0.62%, minus 0.70%, minus 0.58, minus 0.51, minus 0.40, minus 0.44. And minus some kind of capitulation here in late October OpEx or into month end. So, you know, we do start to historically begin to, let me bring this back up. We do begin to historically even lose an edge. So where you can probably get volatility in August, right? Hey, I can buy a dip and probably make some money. Your dip buying is going to eventually begin to fail. as we hit like that September, October vicinity. And you want to really start looking for becoming more committed to sell side, unless proven otherwise. Start looking for highs, and that brings up the last part. Today is August 7th. We have 3 weeks left in the month. We have OPEX the next Friday, and we have expiration the following Friday. And we're kind of looking for that high in August to start, like we put the hedge on before. We were trading today 36, right? Or 38 in the pre-market and 36 on the bell. If you didn't put a hedge on, I want you to start thinking about it in exuberance. So if you get any exuberance from now into the end of the month, if you get exuberance into the beginning of September, first day or two of September, any kind of highs, you want to start let's start I missed hedging before. On any of these highs, I'm going to try to jump back in on it. And I want you to also note that we're not going from the summer trade into the volatility season before the bear season. We're going from volatility season into bear season. So you're not going to expect those recoveries. You're not going to expect, like the jackknife down that we had on August 1st, like the jackknife down on August 1st. You're not going to expect that to recover like it just did. You're going to expect failures. You know what I mean? That's what you're going to expect. You're not going to expect that dip to hold, and they'll start barring your ass down. And once you're trapped in there, it sucks. It really does. It's brutal when you finally get trapped and that door closes. They shut the door on you. It's going to be no fun. So just be aware of that as time passes. As we get closer to those dates, as we get closer to OPEX next week, as we get closer to expiration next week, gets closer to month end, doesn't mean we won't have new highs in there. It just means when we're on one of those new highs, maybe I'll just start hedging in there. You know what I mean? And you'll feel a lot better when we get into the seasonal lows in the markets for September, October, possibly even November. And this is also why I left my hedge on, is because I don't think we're done going down. No matter where we go up here, I don't think we're done going down. The only other note that I would make on that would be we traded 618, 619, I think, 618, 619 and change on the 1st of August. If your timeline is farther out, like let's say February, and you wanted to long that for February, I can't disagree with that. It's like $10 from where our target is, right? 6,000 ish. That's not too far off, right? That's $20. So $20 away, you're probably going to be fine in December, February if you're longing that. It's like softball side of a barn, probably fine. But in the short term pain, all that kind of stuff, you don't want to get caught in that. Like trade 6,000, you get a wick down at 592, you'll get annihilated in there. So just be aware of it. Before we still are not at the seasonal low is my point. And I don't expect those months. I would need to see price action prove otherwise. I would be more inclined to think that known supports would fail the closer we get to those months. Okay, give me one quick second here. I gotta grab a coffee. Hold on 1 second here. Now, hang tight 1 second here. So we had 634, 636 as next target. We hit it, right? Now, what's next target? That's the big question, isn't it? Where do we go from here? Oh, that's why I got the wrong glasses on. I got to tell you guys a story. I don't think any man's ever told me a story like this, so I'm going to tell it because I'm going to give a warning to you if you're young. Like, my dad never told me this. I feel like I'm like completely fucked up. Oh, yeah, there we go. So where to next? Let's take a look. Whoa. We can do this together. Let's do this together. I've already deleted this twice in 24 hours to do work. Let's look at this together. We're stretching out a little bit here. Instead of doing the 1 minute chart or the 10-second chart, I want to look here with you on a few things. Just want to give you some like situational awareness where we are. So let's look at a month here. Oh yeah, we got BBNX, Dixie Alert. I should probably look at Dix, but oh yeah, I can't eat that. Hold on 1 second here. Sorry about that. So, what I want to show you here is the conversation that I just had with you, right? About August not returning, like one of the best months of the year. Now, watch me be proven wrong on that. But the important part here is your July candle. Here is your bottom and your top. The low that was put in for the month so far left enough demand from July and probably where the buyers are, right? The buyers are always like, hey, I'm a buyer here. I'm all the way up there. You got the FOMO. And then it comes all the way back down to about 20% of the demand. If they show back up again, they buy. Up again, right? About 20% of the demand. These are your real buyers. These are your real sellers, real buyers, real sellers. Eventually have some corkscrewing, right? Boom, take out the 20%. And then we start erasing these prior candles, right? We also know that we have a month that doesn't outperform. There is no expectation that we close the month of August out like way up here, is there? So we kind of have to live within these confines down here, don't we? We need to live within the confines of this month. Here's the top wick from the prior month. Here's the low from August. We don't think we're going to break out from here, but we want to be buying dips in here whenever we can, right? To like pump, knowing that when we close the month, no matter where this wick is, when we close the month, we're likely going to, this candle's going to be likely, they're going to say, oh, there's an inside candle, right? We close the month in here, you know, and then they're going to come back in here and sweep that last 20% out. right? So there's your September. And then you get your capitulation. Usually we erase a lot of June in here, right? That's how you get down to your 600. You can see it right here. That's how you get down to your 600. Close this month. That's off center now, but you close this month as an inside candle, right? No matter where this closes, the next month you end up taking out that 20%. You might even wick it down here, right? Then you trap these bulls in for October. Before you know it, you're like, whoop. Hell, man, we can take out 20% of that. You know, that's your 592 in there, your 600 right here, your 604 and 610 right there. And market is still okay. So you get your wick, you get your candle, and then some kind of recovery here into the end of the year. Trying to catch those all-time highs. Maybe you catch them in a little bit of a oomph into February. You know, basically vertical. And you're erasing all of this in here. Next thing we want to look at here would be, and that's, by the way, today that sits at 619.45. 619.45. And this upside is 639.79 on spot. Get rid of that there. Get rid of that there. And here is our monthly target. We start looking at September, October, 604.66. Your next one is down below. It's even down here, even farther, 574. That's not good. What about that 605.92? We want to look on a weekly basis for that. This is where you get your wicks. And here it is right here. Here's your wicks down below. One right there. There's your month. Here's your week. Here's your week. So if you wanted an accumulation zone for seasonal weakness, where is it? Right here. This is your accumulation zone. For fall. You want to snip that at home? That's pretty good right there. Like, you want to buy something in the fall, that's where it is right there. This is the highest probability outcome. Are there other outcomes? Yes. Are there outcomes where we break above this and start mooning spot up vol? Sure, but that normally still all comes back. The higher we go, the more chance it all comes back. This is what the celebrity quant McGilligot talks about. No matter where we go up here, it's all coming back. It's either going to be kind of painless, or it can be violence and lots of pain. This is the highest probability. It's not guaranteed, but this is your highest probability. This is your accumulation zone. You put stops underneath it. If we smash down in here, right, it's still going to come back up before a roll. So you put some stops down here. And if you fail to get a new high, maybe let's say this is higher, fail to get the new high, still afforded a way out. And that's how you get your end of the year doom crash scenario. We're going to front run all the doom right now. But we're not there yet, are we? We're not there yet. We haven't come down below this. We haven't rejected this. So this is where we are. You're looking for the roll. To the downside, you're looking to accumulate in this zone right here. You want to snip it? You can. Fairly easy. Not rocket science. You know, a dummy like me can look at that and see that. Next thing. We're going to snap a line right here. Now, what makes this weekly important? Snap this. What makes this weekly important? On a weekly basis, this is what we're doing, right? Smash it up, down, right? This is big demarcation right here. Up, down, just a weekly basis, right? Until a roll. This is your weekly poop island right here. This is 617, 15. And what was important about this? What was important? When we made our roll to the downside over here on August 1st, we did not unlock this, did we? And so that tells you that we're not done up here, doesn't it? Tells you we're not done up here. If we unlock this here, we know we're going down. So this is kind of the last, this is kind of the OK corral over here. This is how, if you want to see the price get unlocked to the downside, you want to see just a tick. The tip. That's all you need. You do that. Unlock the door. Not there yet, though, are we? Hang tight one more second. I apologize. Hold on here, guys. All right, sorry about that. So this weekly here matters. You can see it right here. We're on a daily basis right now, but we did not unlock this downside yet. If you're a bear, oh, sorry, where's my camera? If you are a bear, you are watching for this unlock here. What you'll see is normally we'll come, so there's your first low. You'd be looking for this next low down here, wicket, and then close the door to the downside. You can see the daily trigger right here, and you know we're done. And that's all you need to do. See price action right there. See it right there. Fairly easy. This candle right here is this is the 18th and the 22nd of July. This is the 1st of August. Next thing we can look at here is this. On a weekly basis, like in this week right now, where we are this week. Here's your daily candle. So you see this week right here, right? This last week. This is this week. These are the candles from this week. This is currently a daily, but it will turn into a weekly next week. Right now it's a daily, but next week it'll be a daily. And this would be the basis of support to continue to the upside next week. You want to watch this very closely here. Remember that August has lower returns, right? So for this week, as the week goes on, you want to start beginning to pay attention into next week, 6/26. 68 will be a key number because this is the same idea, right? Unlock, get lower. Now, on an intraday basis, we're going to take a look here at some more daily candles. I want you to look at this prior one right here. This applies on both, like when I showed you the monthly and the weeklies, this applies even on daily candles. So look at this daily candle right here. So this is yesterday. This is yesterday's candle. We're wrapping up the week, right? We're looking for a print. We think we've got some seasonality on our side today or tomorrow. What do I not want to see? I don't want to see a trade here, do I? I don't want to see us go lower than that, do I? We can actually trade all the way down here, 628.08, and still be bullish into the end of the week. 628.08. Maybe not that deep, sorry. Raise that up right about there. 629.05. We can go all the way down here and still be bullish into tomorrow. Right there, be bullish into tomorrow. So we'll leave this one on here. 629, it's 629.05. I made a mistake. There's another important one here too, though. Right here. And we tick striked it. This is also showing the bullishness in the market, right? You're moving only 20% of yesterday's candle. Looking for a trade higher from here. Let's go look at a 4-hour basis. More information, right? We got wick down here. 4 hours matter, right? 4-hour candle right here. Put that one right here. Make that one yellow. Put a little yellow, make it doomish, right? 4. And these 4 hours matter. Why? Because intraday trading, right? What is trend over 4 hours? What are we doing inside of these candles here? We're establishing the first 4 hours of the market today, aren't we? And then we got a second 2 hours, don't we? Or 4 hours, excuse me. After this, don't we? Inside of this block right here. And are we lower than these two prior 4-hour candles? No, we're not. We have not opened the door to erase this candle yet, have we? On a 4-hour basis. Absolutely not. It's me looking to buy a dip down here. That's green. Oh, wrong one. Bring this over there. I'll bring that over there a little bit. If we trade lower than right here, where are we going? Trade lower than right here. Let's say we go down here. Where are we going? Oh, no, sorry. I'm getting this wrong here. If we go lower than right here, in this zone, if we trade this, where are we going? More than likely, where? You see a slam down here. Where are we going? You can get out right here, and then where are we going? Right down there, right? So here's your next dip buy over here. So the 4 hours matter, don't they? Big, big trading candles, aren't they? A lot of work to do in here. All right, must hold. If not, where do we go? If we go down here, we're likely going to trade Somewhere down there, right? Put that in there. Good old 1 hour. That's only if we go down here. Does it open up the sweep lower? Just pound it. Pound, 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 pound. We're sitting on a 1 minute and people are freaking out. Oh, Lord, Jesus, Lord. Hold on 1 second here, guys. Doom everywhere. I want to buy a dip. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. What am I doing wrong here? Doing something wrong. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Looking for something. What am I looking for? Can open that up. Turn that on. Tight air. Almost there. We got plenty of time. Oh, wait, it's almost 12. We got another half an hour. We got one more half an hour. Right up there. Let's look back here. Dude, what is going on with my fuck is going on with my shit here? Middle line, yes. There we go. Sorry about that. Ooh, you can extend? I don't want to extend. I want to make it. Hey, look at that. Let's see what we did here. Perfect. All we want to do is hit that tick. We did. That's good. That's very good. So now we go to the next one. Make that yellow. Oh, not gray. Let's just look at this one really close. Yeah, hold on. Let's go a little bit closer. Keep our eyes on a failure in any of these things. These are the next two targets. And we have the prior high. And if our thesis is we're going to go up into the end of the year, we already broke through 640. And if our thesis is we're going to go up into the end of the year, that would mean we would want 650, 4250. Cash market. Right about there. We want it. I don't know if we're going to get it, but we want it. Even if we don't close the month with it. Even if we don't close the month with it. We have Friday close, 1600 right there. And then we have OpEx. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, OpEx right there. So, do we need, let's look at this here. We probably need to close this or even that by Friday. I'd like to see a failure of that. New high, failure. Then come back for the bigger one. Something like that. And there. This could get extended out to the next week, but let's look at it from this perspective here. Somewhere in there. Oh, man. This is like go higher. There. Close the week. There's more Dixie. We'll take a look at Dixie here in a minute. Dotted line. We go right there. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Preferred is going up. Taking that out. Come back down and even going higher right here. So buying a dip here, right where we are, and buying a dip here if it calls for it. This is the preferred way. Up, down, up. Check this here. There. Just like that. I'm going to check this here. This is Friday. Dixie's on fire right now. I'm getting alerts. When I get an alert on Dixie, that's not good, by the way. It means we're approaching normally ugliness. We'll take a look at it. Where it starts to matter to the market. 30-minute really quick. I don't like this here. I don't like that. There's Friday. I want to see at least something, like maybe Something like that. There's something else that's important to see too. Thank you. Thank you. It's like hook over here, and then down over there. Probably the best outcome, right? Get up there, get that green up, that green down. I still don't see it there. I still see it just like that. So I see it. And this would be the next week's weekly low would be right there. Tight air. Weekly low right there. If we had a weekly low, it'd be slightly higher than that. Right there. I think it's right there. I think we're good there. I think that's it right there. You leave 20%. This will be weekly. That'll be 20%. And right there. That's what I got. 11:38, 20 minutes left. 22 minutes. We'll look for the turnaround here in just a minute. This again. So we can get some ramp-o-rama here. There's one more little tick down here. There's one little tiny gap being left behind. That's okay. That's good. And we do have some bearishness right here. Watch that right there. Remember that we have like 500 reports after the bell, maybe more. We have 633 reports after the bell. Remember this white line down here, can't lose this. That's 629. This is about the 20% right here. 20%. I don't like velocity right now, but it can hold on. Let's make some money. We are going to make some money. I think. Usually. Hey, look at the pivot point right there. We're going to look at some earnings today. Just going to check around the market really quick and see if we can buy a dip here, turn it around to the upside. What do we got here? Let me just read a few things to you. Like last Friday, I've seen all the news coming out. I don't know what to say about it. I could spreadsheet it for you if you wanted to. It's pure diarrhea. If you like, in total, it's pure diarrhea. Apple price target raised by BofA. We raised our price target for you 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, before it happened. So I'm not going to go into that with you. What else we got here? Eli Lilly beats by 71 cents. Beats on revs, raises fiscal year 25 EPS in line. Revs in line, trades lower following phase 3 trial results for weight loss pill. 12.4% weight loss versus 15% expected. We know that's bullshit, right? We also know that that's absolute bullshit. What else do we have here? Fucking, we got some members that are cranky about that right now. And I understand it. I completely understand the anger. Completely. What else do we have here? S&P. Nope. Hold on here. Is there anything else you need to read here? Where did we hit? We hit 6,400 already. Yeah, that's a fair point. The argument here is that we hit 6,400. We'll look at it here. We're going to look at the net gamma in the market here in a minute. Are you guys reading any of these? You guys reading any of these countries' responses to the U.S.? It's kind of comical to read. Not well. Some of it's comical and some of it's not so comical. Yesterday I was reading a story about Brazil, and I only read the headline, and then I read the actual story, and I got a little disturbed. White House was trying to get Bolsonaro removed from trial for trying to attempt a coup. And the thing that got me on it was I'm okay with tariffs. I like tariffs. I got no problem with them. I don't like how they're being administered. I understand why they're doing this too, even though I don't agree with it, which is the U.S. is built on gridlock, slow change. And if you really want to make some change, you gotta throw shit against the wall and see what sticks. What you break. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. I have no opinion on that. But I don't like when I see other things. And yesterday, of course, I saw that. That's bad for Trump too, by the way. And I'll explain it to you here right now. I made another post on Twitter about Trump yesterday made a Truth Social post about tariffs, and they're going along great. Except for the pesky, I think he called him like a Democratic or Democrats. Let's call them, I don't know, traitors to the United States of America. Are going to try to stomp on this in the courts. He can't control himself, just can't be quiet. So every admission or every statement is an admission of guilt in my book. So when he made that post yesterday on Truth Social, I was like, why did he say that? Like, there's got to be a reason why he put that in the post. He should have just posted everything's going fucking awesome. And he said, only the traitorous Democrats, or paraphrasing here, couldn't stop this in the courts. And it was like, that means that someone smart in his inner circle told him that. And it's been angering him in the background. So it's along the admission of guilt thing, right? And the problem here for the courts and tariffs is he's poisoning the well. When you go to this, if this goes to the Supreme Court, tariffs, you don't want to intermix other policy stuff, in my view. Like, oh yeah, by the way, for tariffs, I also want you to get rid of the case against Bolsonaro, because you're kind of muddying what you're trying to do with other policy things, and presidents can do certain things and they can't. And the intent of the president is not to do certain things. And that's the argument against tariffs, that only Congress can implement such vast economic change. And we're circumventing Congress right now, right? So when you start poisoning the well with this other crap, it doesn't make your case, it doesn't help your case, is my point behind all this. If it was pure tariffs based, no big deal. But when you're like, we got a plane and now we're doing $1 billion renovation on it, the U.S. doesn't get to keep the $1 billion renovation. Is this tied to tariffs? There's like opening doors to arguments against tariffs because you're poisoning. Hey, we're trying to make America great again, right? Bring manufacturing back. We're trying to stop IP theft. That's all great stuff. I'll be honest with you. It really is. And it's a good argument. When you start to mix in all this other bullshit in with it, it starts to poison that well. So there is some concern there. At least from my perspective, there's some concern with, hey, maybe tariffs will be struck down. When I read stuff like Bolsonaro or fucking airplanes and all this other stupid shit. Doesn't mean that the economic change doesn't continue. We've been building the factories, we've been building machinery. I just don't like, or I'm not a Trump proponent, but if I was a Trump proponent, I would not want to see any of that noise. Personally, I would want to see all of this go through. And the real danger there is if you're trying to make a permanent economic change, and you're trying to keep or bring back manufacturing permanently, you don't want to see tariffs struck down. Then you don't want to lose the Congress in the midterms or the next election. You want to keep power, and you want to make these things fucking permanent-ish. Because what will happen is we'll get a slow bleed of these companies. We'll go cyclically back to these companies leaving the United States. They will. Cheap is cheap, period. The almighty, more profit will kick back in again. So that was my only commentary on that yesterday. But pay attention to some of this stuff. The taco trade's probably still alive. And there's even more potential that tariffs will be struck down, in my opinion, with that kind of shit. That does matter to the market. Still no trade from him. Sitting here waiting for a trade. Still no trade. I'm waiting for like 12 p.m. See where we are at 12. So that's all I have on tariff stuff. On White House policy, today is tariff day. So this all lines up with all this tariff day stuff. Wall Street. Under the surface, when you get a Bloomberg terminal, Wall Street still believes that tariffs will be struck down, or part of it, or some of it, as their base case. They do have the case where they aren't struck down, but I just want you to know I'm tracking that stuff in the background to see what's up. Or is this just seasonal doom, or is this like, it's more permanent and we might get really hurt? What else do we have to look at here? Let's take a peek at some gamma stuff. Let me just read through some of this stuff here and see if there's any other news we need. Polymarket implied probabilities for a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire in 2025 increased to 34%, the highest level since June 4th. I'm going to lend some credence to it. I'm always watching Zelensky in particular, because Zelensky hasn't missed a beat. He's the only voice of don't trust the U.S. or don't trust Russia. He's been very vocal about it. And he did come out yesterday, day before, and he was quoted as saying something like, this is positive. So I'm with Polymarket on that. You want to pay very close attention to, in particular, paying close attention to Zelensky saying anything positive. I don't know if I'd pay much attention to Trump, except for him blabbing and opening his mouth whenever that happens. But before we get to that moment where he secured a deal, I wouldn't trust Trump in terms of a deal is done until he starts really blabbing about it. And I'd really like to trust like Zelensky and then Putin maybe, and then Trump, unless Trump blabs. But we're not there yet. So things are working positively towards some kind of a ceasefire. I can't recall exactly what I read, but when I read it, it said, I think it said 100 to 150 points up. Remember the jackknife down. Okay, there could be like just a jackknife moment down, and then we rip to the upside whenever that happens. tight air. So peek down there. I'm looking to get long. Come here. Get back here. What do we say? 36. Put this back up. See if we can turn this bad boy around. We're going to see if we can turn this bad boy around. We may not be able to. Let's look real quick at, go up here and look this together. Okay, what do we got going on here? We know that we can roll to the downside again, right? They start flushing us down, bloodbath, everything's awful. We don't want to get caught in that. So we're going to mark a bottom here. Right in here. Make that one green. We're going to look at what? Let's look at this whole move down, right? There's a few things we want to look at. We've got the bounce here on the hourly trigger. That's important. Bloodbath down, up, bloodbath down, right? All this is important information. We want to watch a few things here. We know that there were probably dip buyers here. We're going to leave this up here. This is kind of red. We know that these guys right here are like, oh, please just come back so I can get out, right? These guys are like, I just come back up here for equal highs. We're going up here, bro, right? And as soon as you get up there, they're going to sell, right? Just get me out of the trade, bro. I just want to break even. So you got to be wary of that. You got another one over here. Right in there. That one's orange or yellow. There. There's probably two groups of sellers in here. There's a group of sellers right here and a group of sellers right here. There's got one group telling you we're going to go up here. And you got this group right here telling you you're going to go right here. And they're going to attempt to come in and sell you down. They're lying to you. First group of sellers, right? Rampo-rama, right? They're going to really sell you down. It's going to take some work to get out of here, isn't it? We could even trade sideways in here, couldn't we? You see how like you've got sellers here and sellers here? These guys are fucking, they'll sell right into you the whole way. So there's like some trap selling, and then there's also some dealers don't want to see us get higher either into the end of the day. There's the 4. We're going to do a couple things here. We're going to look at this one right here. A minute. This is 1230. These guys right here. See if we can do this. raise our stops up. That over there. If we lose this, we know where we're going, right? Must hold. Did you see that? Must hold. Where are we going if we lose that? Oh, way down there, huh? This is kind of the place, right? Don't worry, else I'll call you higher. I promise. This is kind of the place, right? Raise your stops up as we go along. Oh, yeah. Must hold, baby. Note that if we get rolled down, you're going to close your longs, and we're going to look much lower for a dip to buy. Quick second here. Let's look at I want to look at this gamma over here. Let me read a couple more things to you here. And then I'll tell you my fucked up story. The US admin likes Fed Waller's desire for rate cuts based on forecasts and favors him for Fed chair. Oh God, it's so gross. Ugh. So fucking gross. Right there. Remember, this has to hold. We're still not at 12 p.m. just yet. We want to watch this closely. We oftentimes get flows in the market at 12. Watch out. Make sure they don't take your stops. You've also got this right here. Put that green in right there. We favor a Fed that will do what we want them to do. I want you to think about this too. If there's politics out there right now with the Fed, and you see a guy like Waller telling you, "I want to cut," I am against Waller being like that right now. Mostly because I like the pseudo independence of the Fed. Whenever I see people doing that, I'm like, what are they doing? Well, I'm not doing it because we are kind of ready. I don't care. Shut your mouth, kind of a thing. Watch this closely here. Be willing to cut. Ready to hit the sell button if you need to. There is also right here a stop taking operation right there. So you can see them plunge down, take your stops, and then run. See if the plunge protection team is here. Per Bloomberg, Fed Reserve Governor Waller is emerging as a top candidate to serve as central bank's chair amongst President Trump's advisors as they look for a replacement for Powell, according to people familiar with the matter. Trump trying to have a or make Jerome Powell a lame duck at this point. That's the attempt. Watch out for the down move right here. You can see it right there. Careful of that. If this holds, we're going to buy some calls. Stay right there. Hold on. Watch this closely right here. Check this really quick here. $6.30. Close. Wicking on SPX right now. Still demand here. Dixie's still showing up on my fucking feed here. What is going on? What the fuck is going on with Dixie? 30. 12:30. There's one. Thirty. Put this on. Make sure we don't get any headline drops. What is this? White House pushes back on Kremlin claims that Trump and Putin agreed to meeting.
So Bank of England's Governor Bailey says markets are 50-50 pricing of rate outlook reflects a finely balanced situation.
Put it there. Put that right there so you can see that. See that right there. high tick just now. Cash moves money. Everyone around me. Dollar bills, yo. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Touch it. Oh, yeah. Touch it. Oh, yeah. Touch it right there. You like it right there? You didn't bring the lube? I mean, I got to spit on my hand. Come on over here. I'm close, right? It's actually cash rules money all around, or cash rules all around me. Dollar bill y'alls. Being corrected. I knew that. I knew I was wrong, by the way. They probably don't know that. We post cream in the Condor LVL posts inside the Discord. Yeah, there you go. We get the spit zone over here. Oh no, Wakatoa. Get the Wakatoa zone. There's the Haktoa zone. Oh. Ooh. Haktoa. Oh. Oh. Jesus. Frickin' A. What the hell was that? What's up, Binky? Let's see if New York shows up today or not. Bunch of pansies. You got Asia and Europeans doing the work for you. Here's your chance, New York. Now you got all the Euros up late night right now in Europe. It's like fucking 3 a.m. They're like, oh God, they're buying it again. We need a weekly print. There we go. Put that box right here. Make that one green. Don't forget, we got all these degenerates up here. Don't worry, these degenerates. There's like 2 groups of degenerates wanting to get out. They lie to you. The 2. Let me tell you something. These assholes right here. These fucking guys right here. These fucking guys. They're ass liars and liars. Pants on fire. Don't trust those guys. There's like a guy up there, and he's like, "Oh God, just get close. I'll just get out right now. I'll buy the top again, bro." There's the other one. Just get me out of here, mister. I'll feel bullish again up top. Trust me. Haktoa zone right here. You'll see the comments. I should have been long. I should have stayed long, bro. I got out too early. I just wanted to save my ass. I went in too early. It looks good now, though. Dude, it's trading 642. Been buying, going long. It's so bullish. So bullish. Keep an eye on that right there. Keep an eye on that one right there. Keep an eye on this one. Gotta go higher, don't we? We don't have a choice now. Oh, there's one right there. Sorry about that. Still there. We got the no lube zone right here. Octois zone, no lube. Up there. Bear rage zone. Call that the Octois zone. We'll spit on our hand for this one, but I think that is lower because they're going to be angry in here. I see like anger here, and I see anger. There's a whole shit ton of anger in here. Bostic saying, I still feel that one cut for this year remains appropriate. Push that up there. But there's a lot of data coming before the September meeting. The jobs data did indicate risks to the labor market are much higher than seen before the last meeting. You're not getting a cut. I don't see a cut in September. I'll be honest. The only way that I see a cut is appeasement. Other than that, that's the only risk. Is an appeasement cut. I don't think you're getting it though. I'll be honest. The way the data is right now, I don't see the cut. I think Bostic is more in line with reality than Waller. I actually think that if they string up the Fed or if they string up the Congress in the midterms, you'll see Waller get sent packing. And I don't think any of Wall Street wants it either. Nothing that I've seen is Wall Street would never want to cede authority from the Fed that they have, willingly at least. Let me go over here real quick. Check this. Oh, did I lose the stream? I might have lost the stream at some point. Look like I got a fat ass chin. For some reason. I don't know why. It's sideways. I can't turn left. Left is my bad side. Dip being bought on SPX on the hourly trigger right now. We are looking to trade into the end of the week. Or end of next week, 642. Trading 632 right now. That's 100 points higher than where we are. Trading 632.42 right now. Something in the money is kind of nice. Maybe slightly out of the money. Now coming up into this prior high right here. My Twitch went down on my side. What else do we have here? Just let me look. I want to look here at a couple things. Let's go look at this. Just take a quick look at something. So we had a marked low of 6332. So I want you to think about two. Let's go look at this together really quick. A couple notes to you. If you're trading with me or copy trading me right now, if you're copy trading me, I want to talk to you about something. If we take a trade together, right, which is printing kind of nicely right now, I want nothing to do with when you sell. I only feel guilty of you taking bad trades. From that point forward, your greed, you must manage on your own. Do you understand me? Listen to me closely. Your greed, you manage on your own. Because I don't want you to also come back and say, well, cap it went higher, I should have stayed long or whatever, or cap this or cap that. I want you to think about two things as we go higher here, okay? I want you to think about getting like roped in here, sideways action. There's two targets here and here. I want you to think about taking profits on your own. Whatever you want to do, there's always another dip. See above right here, all this? Like that's telling you two things. Some trap buyers up there, some sell pressure above. I drew it in a red box and a yellow box. There's some like, you probably need some kind of a instigator or some news, some vol to break out up and to the right. I just want you to think about that. I don't think it's bad to be like, oh, I'm long here. You know, took the money and ran, got back in, took money and ran, got back in, took money and ran. You have to manage your own trade. If you're in, I don't know if you're in spreads. I don't know if you're in far dated spreads, call spreads. I don't know if you're in 0 dates. I don't know if you're in 5 dates, 1 dates, 3 dates, or whatever. So just heads up. My real attempt here is to get you to directionally be able to, you know, from step one, not fuck it up. Does that make sense? Just want you to be aware of that as we go higher. I want to teach you how to mark a bottom. Be able to get out of a trade, be able to take money off a trade, whatever it may be. So there you go. Okay, so what else do we have here? We want to look at something closely here. So I want you to think about, I want to go down here really quick. We're not going to watch this really quick here, but we're going to go down here. Here's SPX, okay? I want you to think about a few things here. We got a lot to talk about. So on Monday, I drew this out for you, which actually gave us a better idea of the month of August. We wanted to wait for that the way that the month of July and month of August came in, it was kind of wonky. The 31st was on a Friday, I think. Let me get this right. The 31st was on a Thursday. First was on a Friday. Then we burned a couple days. The second and the third was Saturday, Sunday. We came in on Monday and the fourth. We get new gamma data into the first week. We get like selling pressure into the end of the month. And then we get some new flows at the beginning of the month. And you start to get a better picture of the gamma picture for the month in the first week of the next month. Right? So I drew this for you on Monday, right there. And this is kind of important. This kind of matters. So you've got a big wall right here. This is also the door to the upside. So it says that door, big wall, door to the upside. Right? And why? Because of a giant ass gamma bar up here at 6,500. Still there. Now this gamma bar, there's some mechanics in here. We've been rolling calls higher, 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 higher. And then when we get here, we get fairly close to it, don't we? We get fairly close to wham it, right? And what we're not seeing is, what we're not seeing in there is the rolling higher, 6,600, 6,700, any of that stuff. What you're seeing is call rolling in the money, maybe slightly higher. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up net gamma here. You're seeing increased call buying, but more reined in the money, slightly out of the money, but no rolling higher than 6,500 any longer, right? Or like 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. And it starts to retard the market sideways. It doesn't mean you can't print that upside target up here or get close to it or even tag at the last minute and then sell. But it is this like operation of rolling the market. Okay? I want you to realize and understand that. So, this is a big wall here. This big wall, if you're a bear, you know what you want, right? You want to see this big wall hold. You want to see a series of lower highs, or lower highs, right? Lower high, lower high, lower high, and start the rolling process, don't you? Now, you'll see me sometimes post like a sausage, the dangling sausage meme from Game of Thrones. This is the sausage. Here's the hot dog. Oh, wait a minute, I'm drawing that wrong. Here's the sausage meme. Looks like a jalapeno, but you get the gist, right? I guess there's one on each side. There's the sausage. We're going to go up here, bro. You may for a minute. But this dangling sausage is not the same dangling sausage that was over here. It's not a dangling sausage to roll higher, is it? So this is, kind of real and kind of fake. You could also go in here and tag this 6485. So we can move this higher. You can make this yellow. You can make this red. And then you also want to think about one last thing. This is the one that's going to piss off the bears. This is the one that's going to rage. Right here. Why am I posting in 6525 or 65? Yeah, that's it. 6525. Why am I posting this one up here? Why? Why does that matter right there? Because we always talk about the tip, right? If we're able to blast up here into OpEx, whoop, just the tip, that implies we're coming back, right? End of the year, February. If we fail this, whoop, there, or we fail this right here, that's like a bear story right there. Any of these outcomes are a bear story. Either of those. If you see the price go up here, though, bears gonna be pissed. Because it's not about staying there. It's just about, hey, we poked our head up. We're stronger than the sellers, and we'll be back. So whatever your seasonal weakness is, straight back up and into the year. You always want to be watching these high ticks. We don't always get them. Doesn't always proof itself. But 70 to 90% of the time, you want to see that shit. It's very similar to, did we break down over here? doorway to the downside. We were looking very closely at this on Friday and on Monday, weren't we? Did we dip our whips down here or not? We didn't. And what was the result? Oh, I gotta check my shit, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, what are we thinking about here is all of this information. Door to the upside, big wall, small gamma wall, resistance, weak support, gamma flip, support, door to downside. We also know that this is an elevator shaft, right? We also know when we're right here, let's watch this closely, this is important. We also know that if we get stopped out here and begin to break down, we have this elevator shaft right here, right? Where would be the next elevator shaft? Ooh. So there's another elevator shaft, isn't there? You see that? If it ain't here and it's higher, we go up here, right? The way ain't down, then it's up. So these guys over here are telling you the way is lower. Okay, got it. So in here, no, maybe not. It's not the bottom. Okay, so we're going to go up here. If these guys at any point tell you no, that is not the way lower, those sellers are now here, right? Buyers right here. Buyers right here. And if these sellers get aggressive, way lower is way down here, isn't it? At least right there. At least right there. So we can make some posits, can't we? We have an elevator again. So we're going to write the elevator in here. We're just going to put this right here. Oh, I meant putting that up. Well, I guess we can do that down. That's a doozy, right? That's a doozy. And this gamma flip will party time it, won't it? This will shut the bulls up too, won't it? Game over, bulls. See it? Now let's go look at something else here and just make sure we're in the right on this. So the gamma flip right now sits at 629.50. Real support likely sits at 6350. So real support's right here. Gamma flip's right here. Let's go look real quick again. 6350 is real support. So let's write this in here. Ready? 6350. Real support. Got that right? Is this thing gonna update or no? There we go. So 40. Up here. Are we under real support? Yes. We are under real support, aren't we? See it? Real support is up here. So we're not out of the woods yet, are we? If you switch back to the main screen right here, that's why this yellow box is here. We're under support. We're not above it. We're trying to buy a dip under support. So this is dangerous, isn't it? So this must hold, right? Let's go back down here.
Voice news disconnected.
Doozy, right? We're under real support. Elevator. 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 We don't know how deep it can go, do we? Let's go back and look here. This is real support, 63.50. Next layer is 63.25. Gamma flip is at 62.95. So this is real support right here. 63.25 is now weak support. Right? Real support, weak support. The gamma flip is at 62.95, which is higher now. And there is no bar here. This is now your gamma flip. This is gone. This is your weak support. Your next real support is, guess where? $62.20 right here. Same, nothing's changed here. $61.50, $6,100, $6,000. There's 6,100, 62 we already tagged, 6,150, and 6,100. There ain't nothing down there. There is an elevator to 6,000. Way down there. Nothing down here. Weak support. Right where we are right now. Gamma flip. Real support higher. And what are we doing right now on SPY? Well, up here, now sitting on what? No support, right? There ain't nothing down here. Let's go look at book map. Look what's here. Nothing. There ain't nothing down there except for this stuff down here. Look at these sellers up here. Big batch of sellers here. Big batch of sellers here. This is the yellow line. This is the red line right here. I'm going to leave that up just like that. See that? Bring that over for you. This goes right down here. 626. And 617. Where are we at right now? 6325. Tight here. See where I am here. Oh, I didn't respond to you. Chinny, right there. That's where we're going. Hold on a second here. What? What? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I can't. I can't do this right now. It's not the right time. Hold on. Hold on a second. I shouldn't have done this. I got to get out of this here in a minute, but Hold on a second here. Hold on here. Hold on a second here. You should not be adding here. I only did that to be a dick. Like, this is not the place to add. You make your first round higher and then you do the second round lower. You shouldn't be adding anything. 0 here. We're going down. If anything, you should be adding some puts to protect the downside here. But we won't talk about that on public because then it would like fuck up all their brains. Yeah, don't be adding here. If anything, you add some 0-day puts to cover the other side, and then you dump them and buy that bottom. But you don't do that. We're parked here in 6325. We still haven't gone down yet. We're still sitting here in 6325. I think we still scraped 6300, but still no rejection here. We're trying to reject right now. This is the rejection right here. This is the rejection. It should come up here and slam down here. but we're going to erase all this. I think we take out all this, and I think we take out this. Where's my target down there? It's much lower. It's like 626. They're going to smash this whole fucking thing. There's a drop here. Like, there's like a 40, 50 point drop. Maybe even more. It's pretty high. We're not there yet. We're still not there yet, but target is 6,200 at least. That's a 125 point drop. That's big. So you don't add here. You build your position here and you don't do shit because they'll run this fucker straight down. It'll literally go big red bar. It'll blast. Like if we lose this, we lose it big. It's like burr downside. So you shouldn't be adding anything here. You just hang out, watch this happen. I'm not scalping. I'm adding a position for Friday close. 636. I was building a position here. Right in here. So no touchy for me in here. Now I did just add here to fuck around with some guys, but don't do that shit. Actually, I didn't even add here. I added what I shouldn't have added right here. Knowingly, I'm gonna get torched here. They're gonna blast this fucker down. It's gonna be ugly. You just stay on though. We'll hold these till tomorrow because I don't think we trade. I don't think you get away with this with the reports today. So the only thing I could think of here would be that you stifle 600 reports. I don't see it. So I can see the 100 fucking point move down, but I can't see wherever price is. I don't see him stifling that. So there's no adding here. I did add, but I only did it to be a dick. No, you don't add here. There's no adding here. No, you should not add here. There's literally no reason you would even start a position there. Like, no rule says you start a position here at all. No, I think you're out of your fucking mind. Fuck no. You don't start a position here. I don't give a fuck if it goes vertical up. You don't start a position here. You can. I think you're fucking broke, but no. Hell no. Be out of your fucking skull to start a position here. You're going to get annihilated. We're going down. We're getting rejected right now. They're going to grind us right down. We're going to get smoked. We're going to trade 630 here in about 5 minutes. We're trading this right now. You want to see it? We're going to trade this right here. We're trading that. And trade that whole thing right there. We're going to blast right to the downside. So no, fuck no, you don't add here. You could add, if we turn around, but there's no adding here. We already bought this right here. Right there, we bought that. That's your only add. The only add next would be down here. Up here or down here. You don't add nothing here. It's okay because when we're done, I'm going to take that fucking money and I'm going to take my wife on, I'm going to take my wife out and buy her some Cristal. Yeah, don't fuck with it here. There's no trade here. There's only like you add above or below. You could put some puts on if you wanted. If you add it up here, you could put some puts on to offset the trade, but that's all the only thing I would think of. We're going down. I guarantee it. We're going to trade 6,300. We're going to trade below it. We're likely going to trade right to the flip, if not lower. And that is where the gamma flip is. So that's messy too. It's literally an elevator down. This is like, we're fucked. So no touchy. No trade here. It'll blow your account up. Don't ever do that. Cristal. It's very expensive champers. It's like the best champers for summertime. That are like some really nice rosé. Bubbly bottle. If you ever come out with me, you'll see me. I drink like $500,000 bottles of champers. That shit costs money. It's not cheap. Dixie, man, still looking ugly right now. I'm getting more reports on Dixie. Dixie's the word right now. How wealthy am I? I make a lot of money. It costs a lot of money though to have money, so I have 2 kids, got a wife, dogs, cats, you know, that kind of stupid shit, but you got to make a lot of money. Like if you have kids these days, you got to make a ton of money. No, not 500,000 bottle. $500 a bottle, if not more, depending on where you're going. Or Cristal is more than that, thousands of dollars a bottle. Normally, I drink like if I'm drinking champers, like to or not like to. I don't want to spend money on champer. If I can get a decent bottle of rosé champers, I'll pay zero, not zero, but very low. It's hard these days to find a good. What was that? It's hard these days to. No, I shouldn't say these days. It's hard to find a quality restaurant that knows a lot about wine, where they can get like European rosés that are dirt cheap, like allocations. You have to like go to Europe, meet the winemaker. We meet the winemaker and get an allocation from them if they're a small producer. It's still cheap. You can buy like great rosé dirt cheap, but how many restaurants do that work? Very rare. So, like, you can get some kick-ass stuff. You can get like really kick-ass stuff for cheap, but most restaurants aren't like that. Most restaurants are lazy. They go to like distributors and they get like Cristal and shit like that. I don't think that's a mark at all of a sign of like quality wine drinking to be like, oh, I buy this and I buy that. I don't think that's quality. If you go to like, if you know what you're doing with wine, some of the best wines are dirt cheap. They come from the best wines in the world come from like Spain, Italy, Austria, not France. So, like Gewürztraminers, there's one start with the V, I forget what it's called. A bunch of reds and whites, not rosés, whatever. Anyways, from those regions. But you can't find those, so you get stuck like buying like Moet Chandon rosé. And it's summertime, so if it's summer, you should be drinking like very light wines, rosé. No, like rosé sucks after a few years from its vintage. It gets very muddy and like. So anytime you see rosé, you want to find like low production. Price doesn't matter. It could cost like $30 a bottle, believe it or not. Oh. What are they doing there? Are they reversing us to the upside? So anyways, there's not like a mark of like where if I see people that want like you go to a great restaurant and they've got kick-ass wine that's dirt cheap and I see someone buying expensive shit, I'm like, fuck that guy. You should only be buying that shit if it's all that's available when you're going out to drink or whatever, is my point. But I live in Detroit, so it's like in Detroit, there's maybe in the city, maybe 4 or 5 restaurants at most that understand wine allocation or have the ability to do that stuff. There's a big movement right now where we're swinging a pendulum in the restaurant business where there was a height of there was a height of like having a sommelier on staff, and then you would dedicate money into investing in wines, great wines, not your distributor type garbage. And then that pendulum swung the other way where you had like owners that were like, fuck the somm, fuck the money I'm dumping in this, all this other shit. And we can do it ourselves mentality. That pendulum kept swinging the other way. So now oftentimes, like, I'll go to a restaurant. You can tell this because if you see like craft cocktails, you're like, this is gross. I bet the first person that made that cocktail was great. And then over the years, as they fired everybody, or they got better jobs from COVID or whatever, now it's just some kind of garbage cocktail. Same thing goes, a lot of times goes with wine now. So you already have that effect. And then I live in a place where it's just not there yet. The city just isn't at that place where you're getting great wines. I was green there for a minute, believe it or not. I was green on that pump. Shockingly. Briefly. Briefly, I was green just then. I don't know how. I'll show you guys. I'll snip it here in a minute if I can be green again. Yeah, you have to do a lot of training. I don't know. My feeling on a somm or even a master somm is you need a lot of exposure. I think it's more exposure than even the testing. It's hard to get that exposure too. The certification to me can be bullshit. I think to me the exposure to wine is more important than even the certification. It's not an easy thing. It's a rich man's. It's either a rich man's game, or you have to be around rich people that are willing to get you the exposure, which is not easy either. You need to be around like very wealthy people that don't mind sharing their wines with you, which is very common. And it's just not available to everybody. It's not their fault either. Like, you live in the wrong place. There's nothing you can do. You can get your certifications and know, but it has more to do with like tasting that shit and experiencing it, going to the places that they're made, meeting the vintners, all that kind of stuff. My position is all over the fucking place. Green, very red, green, very red, green, very red. And they're grinding us right now. And I got to sit in this until tomorrow close. And I can't add to it either. I can't add until we're done with this bullshit. So I'm kind of stuck right now. And we want to trade. We're trading 63.20, so we're going to likely drop to 6,300 at least. I think. So at least, if not more. So there's no buying here. We're just kind of hanging out. We're either going to fucking shit the bed, or we'll just grind and just keep adding and adding and adding and adding. There are wicks here, but there are buyers here. I just don't think we're done. Expensive wine to me is if I had a choice in expensive or cheap wine, if it's the right cheap wine, I'll take it every day of the week over expensive wine. There are some Burgundies from France and some Bordeaux's, but I hate Bordeaux. There are some Burgundies from France that are well worth the money, but I won't pay the money for it in a restaurant. Never in a restaurant would I buy a Burgundy for the pricing that they ask for. At home, I'd drink it. I'd share the price with somebody else. It like real good Burgundy, you can't beat. But anyone paying like that same money for a California Burgundy or Bordeaux, it's fucking waste of money. In my view, you're paying for label and bullshit and sugar spiking and all that other stuff. So here we go. They're gonna flush us right now. We're gonna get hammered here. Watch out. If you're in puts, you're gonna make a bunch of money. About to flush us right to the depths of hell here. Going down, baby. 1:30 in the afternoon right now. The bloodbath should continue till about 2 p.m. and then we should see a reversal. You got a half an hour right now. It's 1:30. So we should bloodbath down here into 2 p.m. and then we'll bounce at VIX fuckery at 2 p.m. Bears are in control right now. They won't be done until at least 2. Sometimes a little bit longer. We'll make the mark here. Just note too, though, that we've got 600 reports today. So I'm assuming that dealers do not want to, or dealers are going to sell the entire market again on 600 reports, not based in any reality, because they do not want to pay the upside. So wrap up your puts right at 2 p.m. And here's the target. It's still here. We're going down there, so right down there. It's going to be a bloodbath. So you can see it. Right down there. There's the day. Hold on here. Sorry about that. And they're going to take this whole thing away. I'm going coast to coast. They won't reverse it. It won't be a V-shaped. It'll just park, and then we'll wait for the earnings. It shouldn't be a park. It should just park down there. There should be no V-shape, but you should close and get out. They'll grind it sideways. You close your fucking puts at 2 p.m. Close them at 2. They're going to grind you out.
According to the US Treasury website, the US issues new Iran-related sanctions.
Or at least that's when I close my puts. And where's that target? There's the target right here. We're going downtown, baby. We're going to party.
According to the US Treasury website, US sanctions target several individuals and entities.
Let's see if we can check anything here. Yeah, like Dixie is bad right now. I keep getting alerts on Dixie. Dixie supports to watch. Bouncing on the short-term trend line. Momentum is still not great, but note the 21-day is crossing the 50. Last time this occurred, the dollar caught strong bids. I'm getting alerts right now in the background on Dixie. I've been getting them all morning. It could be a bloodbath in the market. I've been getting these. You can't see it here, but I don't know if you can see it here, but hold on. Can I show the alerts? Here, I'm going to show you guys this here. I don't know if you can see it, but on the right-hand side, you guys see this? See these Dixie alerts I'm getting? These are bear alerts for the market. They've been ringing all morning. I have like Dixie alerts for like doom and gloom, risk off behavior in the market. What was the stock that you want me to look at? Oh, those are banging.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this
No, that's banging too.
all you've got to do is
Goliath, those are banging.
time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for?
What was the stock that you wanted me to look up earlier? What was the earnings stock? I don't want to sit here anymore watching this bullshit. What was the stock? Are you sure it was TDT? No. You guys are fucking jumping. I just told someone. I got to go back to what I fucking said. Hold on. I'll do it myself. Stop. Oh, you mean this one? You mean the one I want? No. The one I said I would look at. Don't worry. I'm looking. I'll do it. Hold on. Oh, it's TDT. All right, it's for Canuck Mobile. I got it. Canuck Mobile. All right, let me look. Don't buy here. We're in very, very much risk off here. Extremely risk off. We're going down. No buying long. We are extremely bearish here. Jump to present. All right, TDD. Sitting here watching this one, I know that we're going to run the fuck up. And like all this drama, like sitting here, I'm like, I ain't watching this bullshit. Like, there's no fucking way. What do I got here? Right there. This one right here. This one right here. And then this one right here. Okay, there we go. Hold on here. I got a bunch of like screeners that are floating around in the background here. TTTD. I don't like them off the top of my head. I like the idea of the daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger on TDD. Just off the top of my head, I want it lower. I want it like I want it at $82. Like a lot of these setups right now are like this. We talked about it earlier this week. It's like we're at the equal highs on a bunch of these stocks, and like almost every stock is set up for. This one's pretty good where it's not. It's all right. I get what you're saying now. Like TDD, like we'll look at it together. Hold on here. Give me a second. We'll look at it together. it's a like TTTD is it's like it's still a similar setup. It's not in distribution, but it's still like a Q3 or Q2 report in Q3. It's still like, let's get out here and look. Let's stop watching that bullshit for a minute. This is a better setup than a lot of the setups we've had. So put that down there. This is a better setup than a lot of the setups we've been looking at. Price is already up here, and it's literally a matter of I don't know, we squeeze and then sell it, right? And also selling into seasonal weakness, right? From up here, that's what a lot of these reports look like. This one looks good for their earnings. But the only issue that I have here is that we haven't done the bat wing yet. So you got this here, you know, and this looks more pro, doesn't it? Some like this, you know, W. So, do I think it can squeeze? Possibly. But I still don't like it. I get the point behind this. Giant gap here, cap, let's close this up, and then we'll come back down. This is like degen greed, basically. I can't say that that's what actually takes place. Like, what's been happening in earnings is they're pounding this down, right? You're getting the squeeze, and then it's an immediate dump. So you should still be looking for that seasonal weakness in September, October. I'll be honest with you, that's true. I know you're looking for the big squeeze. Now, that's just off the top of my head. Just off the top of my head. Now we're going to look at what's expected. Remember what I said about 2 p.m. Wrap it up, 2 p.m. Like 2 p.m., 2:30. We start getting like fuckery at like 2. If we're in the down move in the day, it'll go up. If we're in the up move, like when we come in at 2 p.m. and we're in up day, what do? They fucking dump it on us, right? So just note that. If I look here at the earnings reports expectations for TTD, today's Thursday, right?
According to Axios, Putin must meet with Zelensky before Trump.
Let me just check this really quick.
Axios is citing a White House official on the Zelensky-Putin meeting.
They report after market close. Tighter, I gotta go back up here and find their expected move.
According to a blog post, Microsoft incorporates OpenAI's GPT-5 into consumer, developer, and enterprise offerings.
Tighter. Expected move is 12.6%. I like that. But that means that that's priced in too. Current price is 88.16. That means that if you even long this, that what you're looking for is outperform. Like you want a stock that's like an expected move of 5% and it prints 13%. Does that make sense? Hold on a second here. 12.6% is the expected move. So just as a note here, this is priced in. So if you squeeze up here on the report on open tomorrow, you need buyers for that. That's like 20%. That's pretty big. So my only preference here would be to like a 5% expected move and then outperform it. And that breaks through gamma walls, triggers forced buying for continuation the next day and all that kind of stuff. Do you get my point here? Like you need like a lower expectation, break a gamma wall, then force buying to go higher. That means we need to trade above, and we're also at $100. So there's $100 right there. It's another one. So right there, $100.
So just adding to that last Axios headline, in the article it says the new precondition outlined by the White House comes after Trump told European leaders he intends to meet with Putin in person, followed by a trilateral with the leaders of Russia and Ukraine. Trump told reporters that late Wednesday that there was a real good prospect of a meeting taking place. He wouldn't classify it as a breakthrough.
Coming into 1:45 and 2 p.m. Still no significant move down. SPX, we're going to find out now if we reject 63.25. Last known support. So you can see this right here. Keep an eye on this 6325. This is very weak. And they shut the door here. Let's keep your eye on this. Is last known support for bulls right here. So TDT or TDT for their earnings. I'll be honest, I really don't care about that. The only thing that I care about, I mean, there's one other thing too here, which is that there's a cross of the daily trigger and the monthly trigger. Sometimes this cross can instigate or trigger a big move higher, but it can also be an attractor, like a magnet, for the cross to ensure that we want to trade this upper move. So we'll attract to that cross, and then you'll get your move. So a delayed move higher would be appropriate. The fact that there's a 12% move expected means that this ticker has a lot of interest for a wide range of outcomes. Means that this is important for people. Let's look at this stock really quick. Let's look at this really quick here. Check the month out. And this is important too. So you have a pretty bearish candle or monthly candle right here. That's bad. Not necessarily bad, just there's a lot of fuck you, you're not going up there. So that speaks to a bigger issue. We'll talk about getting to that in a minute. Here's a week. Just push that there for now. Let's go back to a month. That's pretty messy down there. That's green. I will say that there's a positive here. We are in discount on TDT. That is good. That's positive. These guys took this up right here. Looks like they bought that right there, but we could easily come down there. Higher. There's where the cross is right there. Dude, what in the fuck is going on here? Sorry about this. Hold on. We're already at the bottom of this. Let me just look at this one more time. That's pretty safe there. This looks good. I like this. I like that candle. I like this candle. This is all good. This daily candle is good. I like that. This is holding up nicely. This is where you want to be a dip buyer, 78.21. Yep, that's about it. This is perfectly priced in. That's fairly perfectly priced in. Let's just buy the dip. Buy the fucking dip is down there. There's May, there's June. The buy the dip seasonal load on TTD is currently 70.37. Intra week buy the dip like today. There's your monthly. There's your auto supply. Sorry about that. And this really is looking like squeezing up right now on SPY into 2 p.m. Let's just look at this really quick. You have impulse move up. That held. That's great. I see what you're saying. This one right here, that's your 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5, right? To close the gap. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just check this really quick. A little bit of recovery here in SPOOs. Tight here. SPOO's turning around in 2 p.m. right now. Post that. I'll check in real quick. Sorry about this. 2 p.m. pin and recovery. I'm looking at here. Nope. Sorry, I'm going to get back to this. Still holding on to 6325 right now. Still not losing support here. We'll give them more chance over here. We'll keep this over here. This is still viable if we lose it. Get some bad reports. Half hour trigger is about to cross. This is bearish. Look at that anger. Look at this anger up here. Like, this is real. Bam. Fuck you. And then even here, you got this one right here. This group of sellers is now lower. So I want to show you this. Let me go over here and show this here. So we already knew this morning that these are angry sellers up here, right? But note something else here. These sellers are no longer up here. They're down here. And these sellers are now lower. These sellers are right in here, and these sellers are now right. Let me just see if I get this right here. So these sellers have become lower. Let me just check this. These sellers are now right here. These sellers, these Octois sellers, they are right here. You can see the must hold rejection trade right here. Right there, a little bit higher. And they're still very much in control. They're still very much in control. Now you get the 2 p.m. to 2:30 right up. And they're going to try to reject this, wham, into 3:30, 4 p.m. to the downside. $1,500. They're going to shank this right into the bell. They're going to murder this fucking thing. Right down here. There's 3. Hold on there. There's the target. 1,600. Come on now. Give me the fucking thing. Like Trading View has not worked well recently. Right there. That's the target right there. They're going to take that whole fucking trade down there. Right down there. Just check that. There. And then this one becomes right there. Nope. It's right there. And this is big, you shall not pass right here. This is massive. This is pretty big, you shall not pass right here. You can get back in aggressively short in here, by the way. Once we hit the 2 p.m., 2:30, you get 2 p.m., 2:30. This would be the close down here for the rip to the upside. You're going to shank the fuck out of this. This is getting shanked. Yeah, there's the full hit right there. Let's check this on the hour really quick. 30 minutes. They're going to take this whole thing, I think. It's going to be a bloodbath. We could even go lower than... This is nothing here. We should be able to go all the way down here. I think this is easy right here. I think straight down is the way. 617.15 on tap. We're not there yet, but there is nothing holding this up. Zero. There is literally nothing holding this up. There's no support here. Zero. Like, there's none. There's no support. Ready for this? There's no support from here. $62.20. $62.20 to 6,200. No support here. Zero. There's no gamma here. There's nothing. It's nothing. It's just like literally elevator down. As a matter of fact, if you look back on July 31st, Thursday, a way to look at July 31st and Thursday, and you see the drop that we did, it's the same setup. It's the exact same setup. It's like a fucking straight elevator shaft down. Just a warning to you. It'll reverse at that bottom. It's literally the exact same setup as the 31st. I would not buy that bottom, though. Don't buy it. It's not the same trade like we blast down into the close and then it reverts all the way back up again. It's not the same trade. 0-date puts here into the bell would be worthwhile. If you want to know where that is, it's 618Ps into the bell. I don't know what they cost, but 618Ps if you want them. If you want like a lotto trade for the downside, you could do it for. I don't know what 618s are. Hold on, let me take a peek. Let me just take a peek here. I'm probably going to buy some of these. One quick second here. 618P for tomorrow. Hold on here. Trade options. Nope. There. 618P for today. Come on, let's go. Get down there. Puts. They're 2 cents. These are for today. For tomorrow, mark my words. There ain't nothing down there. 618, 20 cents for tomorrow. So 2 cents for today. So if you wanted a lottery trade for today, 618P. And we should race the fuck down there. It should be like literally vertical down into the close. Because there is nothing here. There's literally zero holding us up right now. So if you want a lottery trade for the close, 618, you can bring them in a little bit. For today, what's crazy is 619s are 2 cents. 620 is 2 cents. So bring them in a little bit. Get like 620s. 3 cents, 622. Like all of those are outstanding trades. There's nothing here. Literally nothing from here to here. It's a straight elevator down. That whole way. There's nothing there. You could go lower with it too. Check out the 31st. We dropped the 30th, excuse me. We dropped I said the 31st, I meant the 30th. We dropped tip to toe. Was it the 31st? It might have been the 31st. I might have that wrong. It might be the 31st. Hold on here. 31st, tip to toe. Was I think it was a 3.5% drop. One and a half. It was a 1.67% drop, so not too bad. I think. It might have been a little bit more. It was roughly in there. 1.83% drop on the 31st. So let's go look at this. It's like, it would be like 1.3% today. SPY right now is at, I'm telling you, they're going to drop it. Like 4 or 5%. It's going down. We got nothing here. SPY. Come on. This fucking thing so I can get the percentages out. I gotta be quick here. We would drop to 627.72 and then move down at 621.39. We're already down 0.53%, so we can go down 1% today minimum. 1% down. We're gonna blast. We're gonna blast down to the downside. 1% down, I think that's roughly here. Like this one right here, 626.50. But 620 like comes right up. Either into the bell or on tomorrow's open. They're gonna flush the fuck out of this. We're going down. Target price on SPY or SPX. Finish 60 finish price 6,100. Seriously. We're trading 62.50 right now, 6,100. That's where we're going. They're going to smash the fuck out of this right now. I'll show it to you right now. So I'm going to show you this here. We're losing this support right here, right now. And we're erasing prior days. So we're going to slam just like this. Watch. Slam right down there. You're going to do the recovery and then slam right down there. Just like that. There is zero here. All support gone. God damn. This is no support, weak support, and this is gamma flip. This is all bulls right here. Buy, buy, and gone. No more buyers. If that's the buyers, they're way down there. Way, 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 way down there. Whew. That's a pretty big reversal right there. That's a fucking huge reversal. This reversal here, not so bad. We figured this one here. This means there's no buyers. No buyers there. We go down here. We're going to take all these fuckos out, hit gamma flip, and then we're going to go down. God damn. I'm looking right now. I'm checking. New low target is 628.10. But I would like to see a new market low, to be honest with you. I would like to see 617 from here. Trying to see where these buyers are. Original buyer is 619. Next buyer is 621. Next buyer is 625. Big block of buyers here at 627.77. So they're like right here. It's gonna squeeze here too, so just be careful of a squeeze. We're gonna trade this, and then we'll squeeze up. And to point on Friday, if there's any recovery, 636 is top. Just look at this. God damn, thank God I bought 636s. I'm so fucking grateful. Like, I'm so grateful I bought 636, and I'm so grateful I didn't add. I did add 20 fucking contracts for fucko doggone it. Just to prove a point. Fuck no, DCA, and hell no. Not a fan of DCA in here. I see us bloodbathing. I am fairly bearish here. Fairly bearish. I don't see any buyers here. None. We'll check the next level of buyers, but that's below the gamma flip, so I just see bloodbath down there. Did you see that, Coach O'Shea? Yeah, it's not as exciting. Show me the fly show somewhere. I know, I'm with you on that one. 100%. No, I don't like UVXY at all. I don't like UVXY. What are you guys asking me the most fucked up questions? No, I like 0-date puts, and I like 1-date puts for not a crash, but like a ladder down. Puts, why wouldn't you? They're 2 cents. Why would you buy UVXY? That's the most fucked up questions. I'm like, buy some 0-date puts or tomorrow puts. They're 3 cents. Just like buy them and don't touch them. I've been saying that for like an hour now, I think. We're at that one, but we're going down maybe for like an hour. And then I said, lay off it at 2 and then lay back on it for the close. Yeah, no buying calls here. No buying calls. We had our chance up here. So the first round was right here. So we're on a 1 minute chart, but first round was right here. And you don't add anything in here. You can add if it recovers. Like it recovers up here, you can add. We're gonna go up. You don't buy here because there's a drop here. There's a literal drop, like 100 points more. It doesn't mean we're gonna drop that far, but we're literally sitting on nothing right now. We're like literally in the air. There's nothing here. Look at the 30th and 31st of July. That's where we are. Like literally elevator shaft down. I don't know why you don't believe that. I don't know why anyone doesn't believe that. I'm going to find out. One of these days we're going to come in. We're going to do like 12, not 12. We're going to do like 5% down or something. Up 3%, then down another fucking 5 or something stupid like that. Won't be cumulative 13 or 15, but it'll be like violence down, violence up, violence down. It ain't gonna be pretty. Let me see what I got here. I'm pretty big position here though. I got 636s. They're trading 27 cents right now. They're about half of what I paid for them. Roughly half. A few pennies here and there. I would consider adding to them towards the bell, like 4 p.m. or so. Maybe add another. I've got 50 of them right now. I only had 20 or 30. I added 20 to piss off doggone it, but I'll probably add 50 at the bell, cut the buy-in price to like 45 cents or something like that, 45, 50 cents if we stay right here. But otherwise, no touchy. No touchy. Hell yeah, I'm be cheap now. If this shit comes back tomorrow and prints me, be a happy man. Full port. You fucking savage. Hold on here.
Voice news
Nope,
disconnected.
there's no I guess we were connected. We're downgrading Lily and asking ourselves tough questions after it's hold on 1 second here. Give me like 2 minutes. Be right back. I've been sitting in the chair for a little while. Give me like 2 minutes. Be right back. Hold on. Can you put that? Wait, where's the break time thing? Why is that not working? What is going on with that? No. There we go. 1 second here. There we go. Get there. And do not add to any longs here. Don't touch them. Only on a recovery. or a confirmed bottom, we are in the middle of nowhere land. Do not do anything.
Futures settle at
We are literally on the cusp of a drop down to the depths of hell, a
7 cents a gallon.
July 31st. Like a straight shank to the depths of hell. Do not touch it. Be right back.
NYMEX natural gas September futures settle around $3.06. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $63.88 a barrel, down 47 cents or 0.73%.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Brent crude futures settle at $66.43 a barrel, down 46 cents or 0.69%.
Need more water. Losing my voice. Got one more day.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credits for the month of June. Forecast 7.5 billion, on the prior 5.1 billion.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
It's been 5 minutes time now. At the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credits for June. Forecast 7.5 billion on the prior 5.102 billion.
B. RKLB. Oh,
1 minute remaining.
um,
10 seconds. Still waiting. Seven spot 371 billion, 7 spot 371 billion, lower than forecast, 7 spot 5 billion.
Gilead reports after the bell. What else, Bill? Data Dogs after the bell. Nope. Were they before? Yeah, Data Dog was before market open. And they're recovering right now, too. They actually squeezed the fuck out of the market, and they're doing the recovery, too. Look at Gilead. God damn. Or not Gilead. What? No, I'm talking about reports yesterday and this morning. I'm trying to look through. We have a bazillion reports today after the bell. Or not after the bell. We have 633 between market open or before market open and after market close. And there's one up here that looks good, but there's like a meme over here that looks good, but it one is it? I don't know where the fuck it is here. Is it Twilio, maybe? I think it's Twilio. It's got like a garbage fucking. Look up Twilio for me, will you? Hold on, I'll look. It's almost 3. I gotta get back on the show. I just want to look at Twilio. It's got a 16% spread. And it gets fucking shanked too. This fucking thing moves like a bat out of hell. And its trend is up. It still gets shanked even on the way up, though. And Datadog's cranking right now.
So we have posted out the US Consumer Credit June 2025 report on the feed for those interested.
Check 1, 2, mic check. Have another cup of coffee, please. All right, so I'm coming right back here. I was doing I was looking at all the reports after the bell here for any ticker at all that looked good. There's some tickers that look good if they drop slightly after the bell, or almost. I was looking at like Datadog and Lily, and I was looking at prior like morning reports. If you look at Datadog, it blasted yesterday to 155, and then it like ripped to the downside today, but then it's being bought again. Twilio reminds me of that. If there's one stock that I like the best, of all the stocks, let me go look. My favorite is probably Rocket Lab.
Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And
Turn that stupid shit off too. RKLB. We're going to take a look at that now and just see if I'm right or wrong on that. I didn't look too closely, but just of all of them with momentum on their side, that's the one. So we'll go take a look right now at RKLB. I looked at a bunch of stocks. I don't see, like, I see some that are like, could be used for liquidity to sell, needs to bounce and then go up. No, let's take a quick look here at Rocket Lab. Is it Rocket Lab? Why did I say RKLB? Hold on a second here. Or was it XYZ? Yeah, I'll take a look at why. Oh, no, it's Block. This is what I liked. God damn it. I like Rocket Lab after the bell. It's good. I'll give it a good rating. My favorite pick after the bell is this one right here. I should probably clarify that. Okay, so XYZ, which is Block. Why I like this ticker is because it's beginning to turn up. There is a little bit of bearishness here. There's something to be concerned about here, and that's this. Thank you very much. That's this monthly trigger is on the way down, but it is beginning to try to turn to the upside. You see this major low over here. There's a higher low right here. My only concern with this one, if I had a concern, is before it takes off, this should outperform end of the year, is seeing one more low. But I don't think it's today. I don't think it's until September. I think you do see some kind of a low down here in this, like, what are we, December or up in October? I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. I do see this drop over here. And you might actually catch a new low, believe it or not. It might be deeper than this $40. Normally, when you get these bottoms like this, you'll have this head and shoulders. Then you'll have one more capitulation with a new low before it begins to really take off. Let me just show you that there. This is in the midterm. You already had this low right here, but I don't think that's real. I think it's like somewhere in there. Yep, right in there. And we like there's a low. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I see it right there. There's that one. But this is accumulation, so there should be one more low down here. There's like one more low fucking around down here. It's right there. Saying that. Velocity on this ticker on a daily basis. There's still a little bit more room here on the daily. The weekly I really like because of the accumulation on end of the week. And then I like the fact that we're adding on monthly and quarterly. More importantly, on the 30-minute basis, I like the idea of this being supportive for one more rip to the upside right here. I like the idea of that half hour, and I like the idea of that right there. I don't like the daily, though. I'm not a fan of it at all. Let's take a look here. What I really like the most here is this. I like the idea of these equal legs here. I like the idea of more equal legs being available up here. There is some sell pressure above right here. That's like $83. It's trading 76. But this equal leg goes a little bit higher up here for some more room to run. So if you're looking for something like this. Maybe a little bit more leg up here before the down move. And I like this cross in particular. Just give me a second here. There's the new high there. And this is should complete. One, two, three, four. I think that looks like four to me. And then there's your five here. The only real question that I have about this one is, you know, do you have any more of this bullshit in here? I still like like the call spread here. Still like the idea, even if they shank this overnight, you come back tomorrow and you get that rip to the upside. So maybe a low of 68. $68 is possible, but I like the idea of the strength there. And what I really like the most here is this. I like the idea of this daily trigger crossing this monthly. Even if it gets like bloodbath in here to go up, it is on an uptrend. It does well in its uptrends when it is on an uptrend. There is some concern, of course, for this stuff up here. $80, 82, and you kind of want that break for that continuation right here. We'll just get rid of this for now because we don't need to care about that. Get rid of this for now. Get rid of this for now. That for now. Just check, make sure I'm not wrong on this. Yeah, see, we are above this monthly right here. I do like this stock. So far, I like it a lot. It's held its monthly just fine. Does have an indecision candle here. There's room to run up here. Weak. I like all this. I like all this here. This is all good. There's your weekly. There's your monthly. Monthly daily velo does say if this doesn't hold, bloodbath. But we already know that being earnings. There is a bit of a tweezer in here. Can't believe I like Rocket Lab. Just give me a second here. Just want to see what's got going on here. It's got an 18% move expected. That's not shocking. This is interesting here. For where price is, 18% is quite high, like $90. There's the sweep below. I'll say this, if this stock goes down 18%, man, it is for the trigger to go even lower. If we blast down here and you do the 18% up this way, we're still going down that way. And I think we ultimately end up down here. Middle October, we ultimately end up at like this 42. But I'd be watching this new low for a big move up into the end of the year. Like big. All this right here. There's a giant move in here. I do, though, like this move. do like this. I do like that. Then down, and then up. I think you escaped the 15%. And I like the idea of escaping the 15% expected move. I don't see this one here. What am I doing here? 1 hour. That's my favorite one right there. There's your 18%. $88.50. All right, now we're going to go back and look for an end of the day expectation. We have a problem, and we got to talk about it now. I want to talk to you about the problem that we have here. How do I describe it? The problem that we have here. How do I describe the problem that we have here? On here. I see the 621. This is where our problem is right here. We're going to go back and look at this really quick. I'm going to go back to the monthly and show you this. We got a problem. That doesn't really matter there. That doesn't matter right now. Matters is this right here. That's what matters. And this is what matters. This matters right here. And this matters right here. Okay, so just not looking at anything else, just what matters here. Last Friday, this is Thursday. Watch my cursor really quick. Here's Thursday, here's Friday. Okay, we're gonna look quickly at the 1 hour. And I want to show you Thursday, Friday of last week. This is Thursday close. This is Friday close. This is important. We ripped faces off on Wednesday, sold us down. This is the close. If you begin seeing selling into this close on Thursday today, there's your leg on Friday of last week to the downside. What else is important is we did not open up the downside on this Friday, Monday. If you look at this close right here for today, it's the same action. Just want to show it to you. Right there and right there. It's the exact same price action. Does it mean we're going down? No. But we are floating around in thin air up here. There is no support here, zero. There's literally nothing. The last time we were here in this, last time we were right here, we told you the same thing. There's literally no support here. Drop it down all day on Friday. And this is how you get down here. Even if there is recovery. And that also introduces for next week, is 642 valid? All right. And not only that, but for the rest of this week, let's look at Friday. It's Friday, 1600. Even if we recover up here into Friday, you're still looking at best, 636. Or more down. Unless we hold this on Monday to go back up higher. So the setup is here for more down. It's here. 630. Let me go over here and just check. Just check for tomorrow. For tomorrow, on the 8th, 621 or 621, which would be a new low down here, right? That's 619. Puts for tomorrow. Yeah, they're not that. They're getting more expensive now, but they were cheaper earlier. You could get like a 15-cent or less 650 or 619, 620 put. They're now worth like 19 cents right now. But I want you to know that there is a definitely. See this week right here? There is a setup here for, hey, there you go. Fuck you. Right down there. There's definitely a setup down there. It's a little bit, it'd be more than that. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one more down there. It'd be one more in here in the close. But just note that this is viable here. And it doesn't mean we go there, but I just want you to know that this is viable. This is absolutely viable to this downside. So hedging here is cheap if you don't have any, if you're long or anything like that. There is cheap hedging to down here. It's dirt cheap. Well, it was cheaper, but now it's more expensive. You could also look towards some kind of a bloodbath put that's even cheaper, where we come down here and they just start capitulating. We didn't do it in this back area here. We didn't do the capitulation to open the door. But if we were to open the door on a Friday, it would be like this, blood. Or even on Monday, blood. And if that's the case, you'd be looking for, you know, this jackknife up here, and then some kind of literal, ready? Like blood down there into Monday. That's like 612, 617, 619, somewhere in there. You don't necessarily have to own them to in the money, but you can get something cheap. And if we get the velocity to the downside, you can like print them, print before you ever, like, let's say you had 615s or 617s or even lower on Monday, like 607 or something. You don't actually need to get there. You just need to run it down, close like the 607s for Monday, as we approach, and you don't really care what we do down here. This is all FOMOville. You don't really care, but just the fact that you have that exposure that to that downside is important. Now we got more to talk about in this close here. If you look on SPX, let's go down and look at the bottom right. We're still holding this weak ass support. You see this here, this weak support. We're still holding it, kind of, but we're unlocking this downside. All this price action is unlocking this this downside move right now. And so we're here. Like, we're right here to literally elevator. This is the last example of us elevatoring. It was a mess. Went into a close. It was literally straight down in after hours, in pre-market, on a Friday. You know what I mean? So you got to be kind of careful of that stuff into the close. Doesn't necessarily mean that you get puts either. What if you've bought any kind of calls for tomorrow down here at all? You don't add here unless we start going up. I would not be a new call buyer unless we regain this or way the fuck down here. If that makes any sense. So not a call buyer here in any shape or form. I would need to see a recovery into the close and a back test of the hourly trigger, to be honest with you, to add anything. So recover, back test, back on track to the upside. This higher trade is still viable, even with all this price action. This higher trade is still viable. I would say to you, though, that right down here, 6,200, I would say to you this, though. The buy zone is in here or all the way down here. I kid you not. It's like all the way down there. It's like all the way down here. So you kind of have to pick your poison. You're either buying dips over here or you're buying dips over here. This is no man's land, even if you're not buying puts. It's like literally no man's land. You don't fuck with any of this. Don't mess with any of this. You're just buying here, buying up here, and that's it. It's kind of a shitty way to describe where we are, but that is literally where we are. Let's go back up here. And look at these sellers here. There's like still sellers here in this close. So let's draw this out together. I don't like it here at all. I'm not a fan of this at all. I don't like it. I like the idea of this. Let's draw this. $642, did I say, was the target for next week, Friday? This is the target for Friday. $642.50, somewhere in there. Still the target for Friday. $636. Still target for Friday, but with the caveat. And that caveat is there's nothing holding this up. If that's the case, we are looking for right here. Way down here. Still going up. But even so, this looms down here. That's that 617, 619, 621. This is either going to be on this close tomorrow, this potential. So if they take us down there, maybe this is better. And a dip buyer here. This is Thursday low. Take out Thursday low right here. So weeks capped. And I am scared of this. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. I don't like the elevator down. And if you want an example of it, it's right here. There's an example of it. We're in the season of volatility. It would be easy for us to do a double correction right like this. Wham, wham, wham. And higher. And unlock the door for after next week to start heading to the downside. So be extremely careful about this downside move down here. It doesn't mean we're going to crash or anything like that, but it limits our upside and it opens the door to downside in September, like late August, mid-September, early October. So just if they unlock this right now, just be super aware of it into this close. Go back over here. And you can see it right here. Here's the cross. This is bad news right here. This half-hour trigger, they shank the mark. If this fails, like if we go up here and fail this, it's straight down. And if you've ever seen this half-hour trigger crossing, it's vertical to the downside. So as a bull, you want to see price go up, break above, right there, and literally turn higher to buy calls. No call buying unless above 632 in my viewpoint. Like you need the high, you need to take out this prior high right here. Literally take it out, and then you need to buy a dip over here. There's no dip buying down here for me. None. Too dangerous. I am long calls right here. Just to be like fully transparent. Let's see. Just so you can see where I'm at. Let's go back to the weekly again. My shit is all over the place. I've got like check this really quick. Yeah, this is it. This is all you got to hold right here. Don't worry about any of this right now. We already know we're heading down there eventually. 4 hour. There's 4 hour resistance right here. There's 4 hour dip buy on Friday right here. I don't know about that one. If we start going down, I don't think that one's going to matter. Quickly go up here. There's 4 hour resistance right here, and there's 1 hour resistance right here. It's pretty big. It's scaring the shit out of me. I'm paranoid, trust me. Let's go back over here and just take a look at it. Like there's sellers here, and there's major sellers right in here. You want to watch this close like a hawk. Or we're going to watch this close together as like a hawk. Because I'll tell you what, like right in here, if this doesn't start like ripping faces, right there. Not quite there yet, but it ain't looking good. If you start seeing like fucking around, putting around down here, any of that nonsense, and this is where we'll see the trap. If there's a trap for bulls, we'll see it. If there's a bear trap here, what you'll see is it'll be weak as fuck, and then it'll swing up high and trap them in on the close. But if we start doing this bullshit down here, that's a fucking bull trap down there. So we got to watch this closely into the bell. Here. We're going to look at the 30-minute really quick and just check on velocity and see if we can get anything from this. Sweating bullets over here. Come on. Stop fucking around with this. Get my shit's like freezing in the background here. We just reset it, reload this because I'm getting stopped out here on the thingy, Bobby. Watch this closely here. Yeah, here's the pivot point right here too, right in the 4 hour. That makes sense. Let me just check velo really quick. Come on, velocity. There we go. Just want to see if we're at the bottom or not. And velocity is telling the same story. Like, I want to show you this here. Like, velocity is showing the same story here in hourly. It's neutral. It's not bullish. It's slightly bullish, but it's not like it's not telling. You know, you don't like to see this up here. You like to like early when we came into the day today. It was like don't buy a dip, right? Because we're up here. But you know, I always like not buying dips or selling up here and buying down here. I never liked the middle ever. So both outcomes are possible. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Let's watch this closely here into the close. Let me go back to the 1 minute. I want to see if we can find out if there's an actual bull or bear trap here into the close. Yeah, I don't like the close. I don't mind that we went down. I don't mind that we went down. I have a problem with sitting on I have a problem with let's say if we slam into support, right? I have a real problem with unlocking anything underneath it, even if it returns. I don't like it. It opens the door to that downside possibility. It was kind of like, remember on the 31st? On Friday and Monday, I was like, we got to watch the close here. The way is higher. We knew the way was higher on Monday, but we're also watching just the low. And this is one of those situations where we made the low to unlock at least 620, 621. And I just don't like it. It's not a perfect thing. So we'll watch it here into the close. Like, we're not unlocking like top of the market, but we're definitely unlocking the ability to trade 621, 620, 622 at least, if not 617. And I just don't like it. It opens the door to like danger and go even wider now. No matter how high we go, it means start stretching it out even more, which is not to be unexpected. We know it's eventually going to happen. It's not like we're not aware of all this. But it does question, it does, or it brings up danger. Let's see if we can trade this close slightly higher and just test this cross and see. Where's the other one? There's one more up here. There's 2 targets up here. There is a bull cross right here, 1 and 5 minute, bullish. Squeezing higher now. Excuse me. I think we pin here personally, but we'll see. We're going to find out. I think I said on TDD, did I say that? Didn't I write that on the post? I said you could do a call spread with time on it. But I said the best trade is a straddle, didn't I? Because of the spread. I thought I said that. Did I say that or did I not say that? Did I forgot to put that in the post or did I write it? Every time you guys say that shit, I'm always like, did I put that in or not? I think I said best trade was the strangle. It's because it's got the I think it's got 15% expected. See if this holds. See if that holds. Oh, a little bit of a squeeze. Look at that wick right there. Woof. SPX turning up on 6325 right now. On the bottom chart, we're going to watch XYZ after the bell, which is block. This is the one that I think ramps. It has the daily cross on it. I want to see it trade 89, 88 bucks and get over 100. Trading 76.95 right now. 77 right now. Squeezing higher now. Whew. Oh, Lordy. Oh. Oh, boy. Whew. It's a long day. It's hard making money on a long day. Oh, boy. Jesus. Woo. Woo-hoo. Oh. Woo. Woo. It's a long day going on out there. Oh, man. Oh, thank you. Oh, God, yes. Oh, here we go. It's so close. Ready, set, right here. Oh, God, fuck yes. Jesus Christ. Thank you for my money. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the money. Oh, I hate these fucking days sitting around here for my money. I really do. What are 636 trading right now? What are they trading? Shaking right now. Is that enough for today? $10,000 enough or not? Yeah, I just made 10K on that trade. I'm flat, by the way. I'm flat if you want to know. I hate this fucking market. Oh! Fuck this market. Fuck you and fuck this market. Fucking god damn it. Oh, I want to go out. Yeah, who said go outside and touch grass? I need to go outside and touch grass. No. Fucking sitting here grinding my dick all day long. Fucking every goddamn day is a grind. No, I can still elevator shaft. The elevator shaft is still available here. I want to warn you right now that that elevator shaft it's still available. Well, there's two points here. One, the doorway lower is open. That does not go away. I'm warning you. Like, write this down. The doorway to 621 and 617, wide open. It's wide fucking open. The doorway lower than that is not open yet, but the doorway lower to that number is definitely open. Take that, fucking put that in the bank. Now, it doesn't mean collapse today. The elevator shaft is still here. And all we got to do is, all we got to do, like at 4:15 right now, is literally just like reject this. It's over. So if you want to put some put hedges on for tomorrow, I think it's still open. So not open, but the elevator shaft is still there. It's not guaranteed, but it's still right there, without a doubt, hands down. I'm gonna warn you. For me tomorrow, I'm flat on like this buying 2 dates and 0 dates and 1 date. I just made $10,000 today. I'm fucking happy, but I was stressed like a motherfucker. And this morning I was like, I'll buy some calls, or I'll buy them much lower, or I'll buy them at the end of the day. One of those three. And so I loaded up a bunch, and over 300. Made a bunch of money, but it doesn't matter. I want the fuck out. Get me the fuck out of here. So, I'm telling you guys, the door's open. It's there. That also means that you want to be looking lower to get long, or you need let's talk. We're going to talk about this again, okay? Because I feel like some of you guys don't understand this. I don't know if you're just fucking with me or what, but like, I'm telling you guys, like, nothing's changed. Like, from what I said earlier, nothing's changed. I got to show you this here. Not a thing's changed. So, like, I'll tell you what a bull needs. I'll tell you right now what a bull needs. A bull needs for us to crank up here tomorrow and get a new high. Up there. Like, a bull needs that tomorrow. Well, not quite that, but they need like this. I'm not going to put that there because we're roped in right here. And indubitably, we're not going any higher than that, but we need like a squeeze wick. Like, we need a wick that goes like right there. Like, we need that tomorrow. We don't have a choice. And I'll tell you more. See this right here? See that little thingy right there? Like, we can pump all you want. We can pump right up here and start fading Friday. We got no reports tomorrow. We ain't got shit. I'm warning you guys, like, we ain't got nothing. Well, we do have the Ukraine Russia thing, but like, you don't get a Ukraine Russia thing, you ain't got no more reason to go up. They'll fade us right down into this on Monday morning, Monday morning. Just a warning to you. So If you're looking for the trade as a bull, like you really want to see like a new high and a back test right here to even get long for next week. I'm serious. You need to see that right there. You want to execute a long for next week? You need to see that action. If you don't see that action, I don't like up here. I don't care. It needs to be up there, down there. You got to see it. It has to be like the super fast retrace. Back down. Even if we bid her down on Monday, that's fine. But you need to see this. This must happen. Even if this happens, let's say we go up here, right? Let's say we go up here tomorrow. We'll wake up right here. They fade the day. We just kind of truck around and we're up here. That's still open now. This whole thing is open. Doesn't matter. It's open. Like the way lower is open. So even if you trade this right here, let's say we don't trade this, it just persists. It's like down there still. Hold on. Sorry about that. It just persists. It turns into something like we're up there for a new high, right? We come back in, we grab this, and right in there, it still persists to the downside. So I just want you to know that it's there. It like this did not persist. This did. This unlocked this lower low. Either now or later, it's open. So, we'll watch it and monitor it. We're going to expect this to happen. It's going to get worse. There's going to be a time. Let's have a little come to Jesus moment here. Because I don't want to be pegged for anything. We're going to have a little come to Jesus moment. And as things progress, as time moves on, right? These conditions are going to deteriorate. There's going to be a day where you're like, oh, Captain Jim James sucks. I'm telling you now, so you have me on record. I already know that's going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen. You don't know when it's going to happen. Now, we're retailers, right? But you're gonna see it one day. They're going to close the door. It's going to be a big red candle down, and then they're going to try to come back, and they're going to slam the door, and it's going to be like boom, boom, down. So just be aware that, be hedged at a high, and realize that. I don't look good in this camera. Like this camera look like shit. This is a great camera. It's like a $1,000 camera. It still persists, is my point. Or at least the doorway persists. And you know what? You want to know what it was that did it? It's right here. Or what makes it persist for me is this right here. This is your known demand right here. So you're kind of expecting this bounce down and this demand to kick in, right? You guys see that? Like you're expecting these buyers, right? Now, this doesn't mean we can't go up, but it does call into question. It calls into question this group right here. This group to me is suspect. It's not for tomorrow. I mean, we can't elevator down tomorrow or Monday or whatever. It tells me that this group right here, this group of buyers, we call it punting or like retail fear or whatever, retailers. If the moment sentiment changes, that group right there, this group, even though they're buying this group will, at the drop of a hat, sell the market. They don't need to be told. They'll be gone. So just note that, you're always wanting to see higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. You don't ever want to see like a pullback down here, pullback down here. That's telling you that they're weak. So, just be aware of it into this week, next week, or whatever. They're getting, a little bit more fearful. And no, this doesn't work like, oh, we're like right here for the print. Yeah, bro, we're going to take it. They're going to take it right there, somewhere in there. Last time this happened was 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, July 31st, and they disappeared. We literally fucking elevator down all day Friday. And where's the last known support of these guys? Fucking way down here. So if that's the case, and if these guys disappear, that means they're likely down here. So just be aware of that. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's just, these are important notes along the way for you to be aware of. And rules that I have that have served me very well over the years. Even if I'm wrong, they serve me very well. Now, my favorite pick today was what? I had to rephrase what my favorite pick was. What was it? What was my favorite pick? I had to rephrase what it was. What was it? What was my favorite pick? No, I said no Rocket Lab. I had it wrong. XYZ, you got it right. I said Rocket Lab was good, and then I go, or I said my picks today is Rocket Lab, and then I go XYZ and some others, and I said, no, let me rephrase all that, and typed it out and posted it in there, and said my favorite pick today is XYZ. Right? If I had one pick, what was it? XYZ. Here's XYZ. XYZ hit first target 83.18. Looking for continuation to the upside to possibly trade 88.5 or even 94 up here. Target hit. Note that it is going to roll, but not until we get into September, October. If you picked your one ER stock pick with me today,